Good morning. We are live from the chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate, and council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or to myself during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to call this meeting to order. I will begin with a land acknowledgement, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of committee members, and then I'll check who is online. Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
and Councillor Hamilton will not be joining us this morning. Mayor Sohi, are you with us? Okay. And I'm just looking online. It looks like we have Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back from recess, everyone. And Councillor Salvador, can I go to you for the adoption of the agenda?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll move that the August 11th, 2025 Community and Public Services Committee meeting agenda be adopted.
Are there any changes or questions to the agenda? Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And minutes, Councillor Salvador?
I'll move that the minutes from the June 16th, 2025 Community and Public Services Committee meeting be adopted, approved.
Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And we don't have any protocol items at the moment, though we might have somebody join us later that will give a little bit of an acknowledgement to. Selecting items for debate. I'm just going to select them all. 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. We have speakers on all three, and good conversation to have on all three as well, I have no doubt. There are no votes, there are no reports that were not selected for debate, and we do have requests to speak. Councillor Salvador, do you have the list?
Yes, I do. Yep. I'll move the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate on 7.1, Community League Life Safety Infrastructure Needs, Laura Cunningham Shipley from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues in person, Sean Good from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues also in person, and Scott Varga in person. For 7.2, for Bylaw 21244, Animal Care and Control Bylaw, we have Liza Sunley from the Edmonton Humane Society, Anita Bachand, Cynthia Karsten from UC Davis Current Shelter Medicine Program, Christine Kowalchuk. And for 7.3, we have Improved Accessibility, Active Pathways Snow Removal and Sidewalk Repair, Erica Strada from the Alberta Avenue Business Association, and Franklin Abgor in person. That's all.
Thank you. Please vote to hear from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And request for time specific on the agenda, none. Before we move into anything else, I do just want to say we are tight on quorum. So if any of my colleagues on committee do need to leave for any reason, Councillor Wright, if you can stay on, we'd be pulling you in as the deputy, or acting, is it deputy or acting that she is?
Acting.
The acting mayor, we'd be pulling you into committee if we need quorum, okay? So I just wanted to
Hi.
make you
Yeah,
aware.
definitely, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there, council inquiries, none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request for rescheduled reports, none. And unfinished business, none. And now, before we move on to public reports, I do believe that there is a special guest. I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Salvador to do a bit of an introduction. Oh, not yet? Okay, we will wait. Okay. Councillor Tang will wave at us when we are ready to do the introduction. So we will move on to the first item, 7.1, and we'll invite the delegation from administration down to do the presentation. While they're doing that, I will just read the process for our committee meetings. So for each item, administration provides opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public approved to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The light will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow for when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, member of councils may ask you questions of you or your panel members. For this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's your time for your panel. Perfect. And please, okay, and now before you start, I see a wave from Councillor Tang, so I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Salvador, my vice chair.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to take a moment to recognize that we have a special guest along with, is it 11 family members? My goodness, thank you so much for joining us. We have former City Councillor Michael Fair in the audience with us. Hello, good morning. And you've got quite the crew with you. Michael, did you want to come down just to say a few words? We're so happy to have you joining us here. Please go ahead, and thanks so much for joining us in Chambers today.
Good morning. And thank you very much for just a moment. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Michael Fair. Spent 15 years in this area, as a matter of fact. And part of the time, Aaron, where you're sitting, I was there for a couple of years, as a matter of fact. Salvador, where you were sitting as well. And then I might have been where you were, Anne, as well, kind of thing that. With a story I'll tell you at another time, kind of thing that too. So I'm here, I'm joined by members of my family. Many of you probably know a long time ago, I was born and raised in Wisconsin in the U.S. And so these are relatives from the U.S. I have my brother Pat, who's there with his wife Mary, and then their children, Matt and his wife Connie, and then their 3 kids, Sophie, and I forget names, Owen and Garrett, I think. I got that right? Yeah. Okay, I'm getting close. And then their daughter Molly and her husband Ryan, and then Simon and Elliot. Yes, there. So so that's another generation, 2 generations after me, I think, whatever. So we're just doing a bit of a tour, and we asked Kieran to kind of guide us a bit and that as well. And so we're delighted to be here, and thank you very much for letting us say a couple words.
Yeah, I think that you're being very humble. As someone who now sits in the seat, I know that we often sit on the shoulders of giants, and this one is one of those giants for sure. The way he shaped the city that you're getting to visit today is undeniable, and even having parks named after him. But I'm going to pass it on. I think Councillor Stevenson wanted to say a few words too.
Councillor Rutherford, you captured it so well. You've done so much for this city and inspired so many in our own community and also in your family, because I understand the legacy of civic politics has continued through the generations. So delighted to have former City Councillor Matt here as well. It was a real delight to get to meet you all on Saturday. And Michael, thank you again so much for bringing your family here. I was sharing that, again, sitting in this seat, you realize how important families are for those who serve. So thank you all so much for making Michael who he is and supporting him through the incredible ways that he's made our city what it is. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And he's not just on, he was 15 years on council, but he's still active. He was actually appointed as one of the members on the mayor's community mobilization task force. So I got the privilege to work alongside him and come up with ideas on how we address housing and homelessness in the city. So he's still very active and still very much making an impact in our city. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to jump to another organization also having major impact on our city, and that's community leagues. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Flaman.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and I'm here this morning to present a report, Community League's Life Safety Infrastructure Needs. This information-only report is in response to a motion passed by Council directing administration to bring forward options for addressing the infrastructure needs facing Edmonton Community Leagues. Today I'm joined with members of administration, particularly Stacey Gallatley, Branch Manager of Social Development, and Pascal Ladouceur, Branch Manager of Integrated Infrastructure Services. Next slide, please. So on March 3rd, 2025, Council directed administration to provide a report on options, including potential funding sources to address life safety infrastructure needs for community leagues. That direction came in response to concerns about aging infrastructure and the safety of community-operated facilities across our city. Today's report responds directly to that motion. It summarizes the results of recent facility condition assessments, highlights the most pressing risks and funding gaps, and outlines how administration and the EFCL are working together on a longer-term plan. As I mentioned, this is an information report only. No decisions are required from you at this time. Our intent is to provide you with a clear overview of the challenges, current funding, and next steps, including a forthcoming review that will inform future recommendations. With that, I'll pass it over to Stacey Gallatley.
Thank you, Jen. There are 163 leagues across the city, and these leagues provide opportunities for residents to connect with each other, participate in recreation, and contribute to civic life in meaningful ways. In 2024, there were 28,915 memberships. Throughout our communities, you will find amenities such as halls, rinks, courts, gardens, and open gathering spaces. These spaces are not built by the city. They are developed, maintained, and led by residents through their community leagues and differ from one league to another. Most are located on city parkland under the tripartite license agreement, which sets out responsibilities of the city, the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and the leagues themselves. Today, 145 community leagues operate on licensed sites. This presentation focuses on the infrastructure efforts, or the infrastructure behind those efforts, and the growing challenges we face in ensuring it remains safe and sustainable. Next slide. The Community League system is built on a long-standing partnership among 3 parties, the City of Edmonton, the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and the leagues themselves. Under the tripartite license agreement, the city provides the land. In most cases, this is public parkland that is licensed to community leagues at no cost. The leagues build, own, and operate their facilities. This includes managing programming, maintaining the buildings, and ensuring that they meet building codes and safety requirements. EFCL provides system-wide support. They coordinate insurance, offer training and resources for volunteers, and help to connect leagues with the city. They do not govern individual leagues. We work collaboratively across the system, which means that each partner plays a distinct role. The city provides the land and policy framework, EFCL offers guidance and coordination, but the responsibility for the buildings, including life safety compliance, sits with the leagues. This model has empowered leagues to take ownerships of community spaces and to shape it to meet local needs. But as facilities age and repair costs grow, the expectations of this model are becoming harder to sustain. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton has provided consistent and sustained funding to support community leagues' operations, infrastructure, and coordination across the citywide system through the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Between 2015 and 2025, the city will have invested approximately $64.2 million across 4 key areas of support. The largest portion, $36 million, has been delivered through the Community League Operating Grant. This annual funding helps leagues cover essential costs such as programming, insurance, and utility expenses, and also supports the operations of volunteer-run facilities throughout Edmonton's neighborhoods. The second major funding stream is the Community League Infrastructure Program, or CLIP as we call it. This program has delivered $11.7 million over the past decade to help leagues complete smaller capital projects, including accessibility upgrades and life cycle repairs. CLIP currently provides $1 million per year with a one-time increase of $500,000 approved in 2025. CLIP requires leagues to contribute 50% in matching funds and does not support full facility replacements or major life safety upgrades. The third area of support is the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Over this 10-year period, the city has provided $7.9 million in operating and special project support to EFCL. This funding helped EFCL coordinate training, insurance, advocacy, and shared infrastructure initiatives that benefit the entire league network. Finally, in 2023, the city provided a one-time emergency investment of $530,000 to help EFCL respond to urgent facility risks identified through its infrastructure assessments. This was in addition to smaller one-time investments for assessments and utility offsets. While these investments have provided essential support to the system, they are not designed to meet the scale or repair needs identified in the most recent facility condition assessments. Next slide, please. In addition to the primary funding streams that we've already discussed, there are several supporting factors that help explain how leagues access and use city support. First, while we've spoken about the Community League Operating Grant, it is important to note that this includes utility offsets as well. These help leagues manage their basic operating costs, particularly in the face of rising utility prices. Before the current infrastructure program was introduced, the city delivered some capital support through the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant Program, which leagues were eligible for up until 2016. Over the past 2 years, the city reallocated approximately $425,000 through CLIP to complete a citywide inventory of community league amenities and infrastructure conditions. This work was coordinated through EFCL and helped to identify gaps, guide planning, and support the infrastructure analysis that's been presented to you today. City funding for EFCL also enables system-wide insurance and risk management coordination. This reduces the administrative pressure on individual leagues and ensures consistent protection for assets and programming. As noted earlier, the Community League Infrastructure Program does not cover full facility replacement or address major life safety and structural issues. In addition, the 50% matching can be a barrier for leagues with fewer resources. In earlier years, this led to underspending in the program, not because projects were not needed, but because some leagues could not meet the financial threshold to apply. However, in the past 2 years, CLIP has been oversubscribed. These factors help to illustrate that while the city provides critical and ongoing support, some aspects of the funding model may be challenged to align with the scope and urgency of the challenges facing some of the community league infrastructure. Next slide, please. We know that community leagues play an essential role in neighborhood life, but many of the facilities that support that role are now showing signs of significant wear. The median age of community halls in Edmonton is 49 years. These buildings have served their communities well, but their age is beginning to show, especially when it comes to core safety and maintenance needs. Between 2023 and 2024, 97 Community League facilities were assessed, with 130 anticipated to be completed by the end of 2025. There are 145 leagues that have licensed sites on parkland, though not all of the sites contain infrastructure with life safety implications. Of leagues whose facilities were assessed in 2023 and 2024, just over 2% were rated in very good condition. 17% were rated good, more than half were rated fair, and 25%, or 1 in 4, were rated poor. No facilities were rated very poor, but the trend is concerning. Next slide, please. As we saw in the previous slide, nearly 1 in 4 of Community League facilities assessed in 2023 and 2024 were rated in poor condition. The Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues has identified $30 million is needed to fulfill the building code, life safety, and immediate repair needs over the next 1 to 3 years. This includes fire separations, emergency lighting, and electrical or mechanical hazards. While the city provides support through the Community League Infrastructure Program, this program requires matching funds, which may limit access for some community leagues, in addition to other significant barriers, such as limited volunteer or governance capacity. At this time, there is no capital or operating funding allocated to address the growing backlog of life safety repairs. This funding estimate does not account for general improvements. EFCL has estimated that a further $72 million will be needed over the following 4 to 7 years to further stabilize existing community league infrastructure to ensure these community spaces remain safe and functional. EFCL is therefore requesting targeted city support to address current deficiencies. Their goal is to stabilize the system, prevent further closures, and ensure every neighborhood retains a safe and functional community space. Next slide, please. As we move forward, the city is committed to continuing its work in close collaboration with EFCL and community leagues across Edmonton. The issues identified in this report are complex, but they're not insurmountable. Over the coming months, administration and EFCL will work closely together to respond to a subsequent council motion to build on the foundation of the facility condition assessments to consider community league infrastructure service levels, life cycles, and financial requirements for the next 10 years. Administration will also complete a facility portfolio analysis of community league assets that builds on reporting from the EFCL. Next slide. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to Council's motion, and we're here to take any questions.
Thank you. We have some speakers on this item, so now I will ask for the following speakers. If they're all in person, it seems like Laura Cunningham-Chappelli, Sean Good, and Scott Varga, to please let the clerk guide you to your seats. And while I know many of you have spoken at committee before, I do want to just, before we begin our discussion, I do want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand function, chat, emoticons, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to watch online. So with that, I will go to our first speaker. Please go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Just want to make sure, slides, thank you. Okay, good morning, Community and Public Services Committee and councillors. My name is Laura Cunningham-Chapley. I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. I'm joined today by Sean Good, the EFCL's Infrastructure and Amenities Advisor, who has been the lead on the Facility Assessments Project from the beginning in 2023. We are also joined by Scott Varga from Avis & Young, who has been the project manager since 2023. I wanted to start our time together in providing a bit of background and context for how we got here, and building off of my partners at the administration. As you all know, the EFCL and the City of Edmonton have been partners in city building for decades. Next slide, please. City of Edmonton Policy C110 was adopted on February 12, 1980, and outlines city and community league relations. Next slide. This policy states that each community league is a desirable vehicle for the provision of certain services, which are of benefit to the residents of the neighborhood and the city. It goes on to articulate that participation in community leagues is a desirable element in a democracy that seeks to place decision-making for appropriate activities at the neighborhood level. And finally, it states that EFCL is the representative and coordinating body of Edmonton's community leagues. This policy has provided guidance for our work together since 1980 and has helped to shape the agreements that you see in your agenda package today, and could lay the groundwork for work to address these life safety issues going forward. Next slide. The City of Edmonton's city plan identifies that our city is a community of communities, that all Edmontonians should be able to walk, bike, or roll to meet their needs. Community leagues provide these important local spaces and neighborhoods where people can gather all year round, for sports, for workshops, classes, building connection with neighbors, and of course participating in events that bring vibrancy and animation to our parks across the city. Next slide. It was after the signing of our last tripartite license agreement in 2010 that we began to look at league infrastructure in a systemic way across the city. The City of Edmonton hired Stantec to conduct hall assessments and manage that process. The City and the EFCL used the findings from these reports to create that Community League Infrastructure Program, which resulted in an investment of $1.5 million in the form of a 50-50 matching grant with leagues, and has been adjusted over the years. For the past, next slide please. For the past decade, leagues have leveraged gaming funds, CFEP dollars from the provincial government, and other grants to match to their CLIP funding every year. Every dollar that's invested in community leagues has a high return on investment, as they leverage these types of funding sources, along with volunteer labor, which last year was almost 295,000 hours across the city, which has a value of $7.4 million. The EFCL has also put forward a business case to the Government of Alberta, the Department of Arts, Culture and Status of Women, for financial support to address the life safety concerns of league amenities that are shovel-ready for 2026. This business case will be considered for the 2026 provincial budget cycle and was submitted in July. Next slide. From the Community League Operating Grant reporting from leagues last year, we saw that in 2024, leagues offered a total of over 1,000 ongoing programs and over 1,300 specific events. This is 10% more programming and events than were offered in 2019, the last year before the pandemic. An estimated 241,000 Edmontonians participated in at least one league event or program last year, and league halls were used 306,000 hours for programs, events, and rentals, which is an increase of almost 90,000 hours from 2023. Our facility assessments were done to include all amenities that sit on tripartite land, from parking lots to rink shacks, ice rinks, halls. We know that these buildings are structurally sound. They are not failing. Leagues continue to do the repairs for the hall. Last year's CLIP grant was oversubscribed, but often volunteers will focus on the flashy, noticeable items, such as flooring, kitchen, bathroom repairs, and not necessarily on updating exit signs, proper door handles for safest egress, etc. Continuing to have an EFCL staff dedicated to supporting leagues with making the best decisions for their hall based on these reports continues to be a priority. What you will hear about today is focused on the life safety requirements of these buildings, to ensure that when the hall is full of people for a community rental, celebrating a 50th wedding anniversary, or a community pancake breakfast, that all of these people could get out safely and efficiently from the building. Thank you.
Hello all. Morning, members of council. My name is Sean Good. I'm the Infrastructure and Amenities Advisor at the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Today, I'm here to speak about a growing challenge that's impacting nearly every neighborhood in our city: the life safety risks present across our community league facilities. Next slide, please. And again. Thank you. Community leagues operate 126 halls across our city. In addition to boarded rinks and outdoor courts and gathering spaces. But these aren't just buildings, they are our third spaces, the places that foster connection, belonging, and community health. In a city facing growing social isolation, the League network plays a vital role in well-being, volunteerism, and local resilience. These spaces are aging. The average League hall is 49 years old, and that aging is now showing up not just in aesthetics, but in some serious life safety concerns. Next slide, please. These life safety deficiencies include missing fire separations and fire stopping, outdated and inaccessible exit signage, locked, obstructed, or poorly maintained emergency exits, inadequate emergency lighting, non-functioning, non-compliant, and sometimes non-existent alarm systems. For context, 80% of facilities assessed to the end of 2024 have penetrations that would allow smoke or fire to spread throughout the building unimpeded. To be clear, these are a risk to occupant safety, to human life. They are not nice to have upgrades. They are the minimum required to ensure that people, including children and seniors and people with disabilities, can use and exit safely during an emergency situation. It could be during a senior's coffee hour when an older person can't work the emergency door deadbolt, or it could be during preschool when a teacher doesn't have time to get the children out the door because there's nothing to slow the fire down that started in the kitchen. It could be at a community pub night when guests who aren't familiar with the building can't even find the exit because the signs aren't there. The consequences are unimaginable and avoidable. Slide, please. As of today, we've completed 130 building condition assessments, and while we await the final report for 2025, the results from the previous couple of years have been consistent. The large majority of these buildings are structurally sound based on our review, but the occupants within these buildings, they're being put at risk. Based on our assessments and trend analysis, the vast majority, 85% actually, of league sites have critical life safety deficiencies that must be addressed within 3 years. Slide, please. We are requesting that council commit additional funds to CLIP. Any and all additional funds will help to move the dial on addressing these life safety upgrades. Adjust the CLIP matching formula to maybe say 75-25, or maybe eliminate the match entirely for these urgent issues. To enable EFCL and administration to coordinate and prioritize these projects with transparency in an effort to improve efficiencies of cost and time. These concerns are not going away. Every year we wait, the risks persist and the costs rise. It is imperative that we act now. Next slide, please. The goal of additional funding is to bring 130 league sites into compliance with life safety codes, enabling the long-term viability and usability of league infrastructure, to prevent injuries, liability, or worse, and to ensure that all residents, regardless of ability, can safely use our community spaces. Next slide, please. For every dollar the city invests, leagues leverage provincial and federal grants, they use casino and gaming funds, and they contribute volunteer labor and in-kind support. Your investment is multiplied. The return on investment is substantial, but it needs to start with a clear and reliable base. Next slide, please. Ultimately, this is about keeping the social infrastructure of our city safe, accessible, and sustainable. The city's own plans call for accessible communities and reducing social isolation. This investment helps deliver both. We are ready. We've done the assessments, we've built the plan. We are asking for your partnership to ensure our league spaces and the people who use them are safe. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, members of committee and council. My name is Scott Varga, the project manager for the Infrastructure Assessment Project. I've been part of the project team since the very beginning. We are here today because 126 community facilities across Edmonton, many of them approaching or exceeding the end of their functional life cycle, present immediate and escalating life safety risks. These are not theoretical concerns, as you've heard. They are confirmed deficiencies documented through 130 building condition assessments completed between 2023 and 2025 and validated against building code and fire safety standards. The life safety results of our assessment are as follows. 82% of facilities lack adequate fire separations, meaning that fire and smoke can spread unchecked. 80% have unsealed penetrations through walls and ceilings. This comprises or compromises compartmentation, which is a crucial aspect to passive fire protection. 74% are missing compliant exit signage, which impacts visibility and safe egress in an emergency. Many have non-functional alarms, inadequate emergency lighting, and inaccessible or obstructed exits. To be certain, these are not maintenance issues. They are life safety deficiencies as defined in National Building Code, Alberta Fire Code, and industry standard building condition assessment practices. Personally, my wife and I just rented a community league hall last Sunday night to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary. We had friends and family come from all over North America. When I went to pick up the keys from the facility manager, I noticed the building had a fire alarm panel at the entrance. In the kitchen, the stove had a vent hood with chemical fire suppression, and there were fire extinguishers present at the exits. As the steward of this party, these standard life safety elements being present and visible gave me comfort for our guests. As presented today, the majority of halls do not have this, but every person that walks into these facilities certainly deserves this baseline level of protection. We know from both the 2010 and 2023 assessments that facility degradation follows an accelerating curve. A $30 million investment today becomes a $40 to $50 million liability within the decade. And each year of inaction increases the likelihood of increased insurance liability claims, loss of essential community programming due to noncompliance, injury or loss of life in our community spaces. So this is not about walls and wires. It is about preventing the foreseeable, protecting the public, and maintaining the integrity of the infrastructure that underpins Edmonton's communities. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. I guess I'll go first with some questions. I don't know where to begin. I think I'm going to begin with this narrative around life safety. Because from what I understand, administration was not shared the actual reports from EFCL. Is that correct?
That's not correct. They do have the facility condition reports for 2023 and 2024.
Okay, because what it says in the report is that that EFCL is not sharing them until all are complete.
Sorry, that's just for 2025. So we are still finishing the 2025 assessment. So that's the last 30? Last 32. And those leagues that were done in 2025 were the, I don't want to say the least concerning leagues, but we definitely prioritized in 2023 and 2024 the leagues that had the poorest condition rating of the Stantec reports.
Yeah. But like life safety is like, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit jarring, especially after our conversation last week, Laura, the presentation today, in that 30 million is not something I at least will, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I would in any way support. We're not even meeting life maintenance renewal on city-owned facilities. So I think some of the language around that people are going to be unsafe is a bit concerning when, from what I understand, the reports have bundled code and safety together. And so do you want to speak to that?
Sure, I'll maybe turn that over to Scott Varga to sort of differentiate life safety and building code, just so that he's the one that's the expert in this area, so I make sure that I'm not being inaccurate. Go ahead, Scott.
Sure. So from a life safety perspective, that forms a foundation of the Alberta Building Code, so they aren't necessarily separate, rather they are actually congruent and they work together in the inspection process. So there are elements that obviously get inspected by someone such as fire safety, or fire services, I should say, as well as by law from the City of Edmonton as well. So they always work in concert.
I get that, but I think that code is usually, a building is always built to code at the time of construction. And so you could almost anticipate any building older than today is likely got some code non-compliance. Is that a fair assessment?
That is a fair assessment. What we're really focusing on is around the life safety elements of changes that have occurred over the life cycle of the building that would never have been compliant upon its day of construction, and especially not today. And these are things that we have seen documented and should have never occurred. If an inspector were to go into it today, the results would not be positive.
So how, I guess to EFCL, if there was an assessment report in 2011, and leagues have known their responsibilities since 1980 as per your presentation, how did we get here? From the EFCL's perspective, because we do not own these lands, we do not manage these halls.
No, that's correct. So 1980 was a city policy that just talked about our relations together. 2010 was the first tripartite license agreement, and that's after that was the result of the CLIP funding agreement. And I would say that definitely between administration and EFCL, there was definitely encouragement for leagues to always use that Stantec report as they applied for CLIP funds. What I think we've noted is that we require someone at EFCL specifically whose role is specifically to support leagues to do that. League boards change over. We know that in the past 10 years, that those boards have changed over. Sometimes they knew about the Stantec reports and sometimes they didn't. And so the important role we've seen over the last 2 years when CLIP has been oversubscribed is the role that Sean can play in reminding leagues that have substantial deficiencies to ensure that they're paying attention to those first before they're paying attention to maybe the nice to haves. So what we want to see going forward is to continue to keep the position in place, to work with administration to reprioritize how CLIP is distributed in the next few years with a focus on life safety, and to change that ratio, because I think changing it from 50-50 to 75-25 or something like that will make it easier for leagues to attain and make those changes without them having to find more grant funding.
It'll make some leagues, but if we don't increase the CLIP funding amount and you increase the ratio, less leagues would get that funding.
Correct. So we do need a bit more too, and I know from our conversation that this year will be difficult for that. Absolutely, and I hear
Not just this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I see my other colleagues on the board, so I'll go to Councillor Stevenson for questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. You know, a question that comes up for me, I think certainly at the city, we are recognizing that we have a really significant building portfolio that has renewal needs, and one piece of the strategy to address that is asset rationalization. So the report does reference developing a plan to manage assets that are past the point of reasonable investment. Has that been part of the work that you've undertaken?
So that work, I believe, is what you're referring to as the work that administration has started this summer, and a report should be ready for presentation in Q2 of 2026. That will look at the building condition assessments, that will look at sort of the operations of all of the leagues, how they're being used, and the needs of each of those halls across the city. So that report's coming back in Q2 of 2026.
Okay, so, and sorry, maybe I'm just missing that nuance in terms of the parallel streams of reports that are happening. And so EFCL itself is not sort of doing that, even just sort of prioritization based on usage, looking at which halls are used the most?
So we have access to that usage data through the operating grant. At this point, the way that the CLIP fund is allocated, it's based on applications. And so definitely our work is around ensuring that leagues that have deficiencies are applying for the correct grant funding amounts to meet those deficiencies.
And so recognizing that it's a limited pool of funding, is EFCL doing any prioritization again around leagues that are more actively using their buildings versus others?
You know, that's not been inside the scope of that work right now. So up until now, we have not had those conversations. No.
Okay, and what do you think about that type of approach? Again, I know it's a difficult one. but I think it is potentially a necessary one. What do you think the implications of that are, or what do we need to consider if we take that frame?
Yeah, those are some big conversations, Councillor Stevenson, absolutely. I think it's something that we'd have to really think about, and I think put some real systemic approach to it, and I think that's what we're hoping with this report that's being tendered currently, is that we'll have a sort of outsider's perspective on understanding kind of what amenities exist, looking at it even from a district lens, what are the assets that are needed in that area, looking at the population of the area, the population growth. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to use that report from administration's perspective, but also our perspective as we sort of start to have conversations at a district level across the city.
Yeah, well, I think that's a really apt point as well, just in terms of identifying other assets in the neighborhood or district that can meet some of those community needs, have a more efficient use of both public and private infrastructure. I think there are a lot of nonprofits, for example, with space, and there could be more sharing potentially. So then I guess recognizing that there's this more comprehensive strategic work happening and coming up, I think I'm struggling with sort of the urgency that we're hearing today, because I could see a scenario, again, I don't want to raise hopes. If we had a magic wand and could somehow procure $30 million today, which to be clear, we cannot, but let's say funding is made available, some investment is made in a hall, which in 6 months' time we determine, doesn't actually make sense to maintain. So just how do you think we can phase that in the most efficient way?
That is a good question, Councillor Stevenson, and I don't know if I have a good answer for you today.
Okay, no, and that's helpful, and again, it's not an easy question, so I appreciate that, and I think we can tease some of that out further with our team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate everyone being here today, and had a similar line of questioning around just sort of a broader asset rationalization framework, because I see that being kind of the backdrop for and intimately connected to the conversation that we're having today, and really appreciate that it sounds like there's an effort to look at things at a district-wide level. I know even in the area that I represent, there's early conversations about how can we better share our infrastructure. Are there opportunities to avoid duplication and in the process, save some volunteer time, save some investment into assets that are maybe in close proximity, but we don't need two of them. So I guess I would probe a little bit further, and it sounds like there's some early conversations with administration, but do you think there's a way to, embed that lens and have that lens help inform where those strategic investments in, life safety would be best made? Do you see a path to, having both of those side by side?
Yeah, I think there's, I think what we're doing here today is making sure that you're well aware of what these facility condition assessments have shown. And I appreciate that there isn't the money, that there's more conversations that need to have happen. I think while there are leaks in certain parts of the city that are close together, these are also the areas that have a lot of pressure right now with densification, with a lot of new residents that are moving to these neighborhoods that have expectations of what they can do within those neighborhoods. So while I appreciate that there might be some quite close together, I think we're also asking them to do more than they've ever done before, and there's pressure on them to do more. So I think, from a life safety and rationalization perspective, I think we're trying to also just make sure that leagues can start to move the dial on that life safety. As it's been articulated, we're not going to get these all done in a year or two. We're hoping to get it done in 3 years, but even that we know is being optimistic, given the financial situation. But if we don't start the work, we worry that, again, leagues will always prioritize other things because these are not the pieces that are the most interesting for groups of volunteers to focus on. So I don't know if either of my colleagues want to answer anything that you've asked, but.
And maybe just on that, and then feel free to add. But when it comes to leagues prioritizing certain types of upgrades, potentially over some of the ones that we're talking about today related to life safety, what ability does EFCL have in setting policy to actually say that you have to prioritize some of the life safety ones that are urgent and direly needed?
Yeah, that is a good question, Councillor Salvador. You know, as a membership-based organization, we can have those conversations with our members at general meetings, absolutely. Those will be very difficult conversations, but I think they are ones that I can bring to my board when we meet again in September to talk about, you know, what role do we have in ensuring that leagues think about these as they apply for CLIP and as they apply for repairs, that they focus on those reports first of all.
For sure. And
Just
go ahead.
to add, while it isn't policy, having an individual or individuals present at the organization to encourage leagues and support them, advise them as to how to approach these things is vital, and something the organization EFCL has been missing for its entire inception. So whether it's me or anyone else, I'm not saying this has to be me, but an individual there to support them and guide them in this area would be vital in steering them in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's, I completely agree, and being able to have that expertise for leagues to tap into is critically important. And I think, yeah, it would be interesting to see if there's a supportive policy that I guess could be put in place to help bolster that, and even to just provide a framework or process that leagues go through when they're contemplating where to best direct those dollars to support the longevity of the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Apologies, I'm a little late to this conversation, but I think after reading the report, I'm also similarly struggling with the urgency of this. The amounts proposed in the report, I think, I'm not sure at what point is it going to be tenable for the city. So I think I want to, maybe I'll just put that point out there. And, just to validate this is really for upgrading, maintaining existing infrastructure and facilities, correct? So does not contemplate new halls, for example. And I think to your point, Laura, earlier, that a lot of the mature neighborhoods, yes, they're seeing densification, but even then, change has been slow, and we've had lots of conversation about how a lot of these communities lost population 30, 50% in the last 50 years. In the meantime, I have communities in the much denser suburbs that have no facility to access to benefit this. I guess I'm trying to, can you just square that for me a little bit?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Councillor Tang. I mean, we know the neighborhoods outside of the Henday definitely have significant needs for spaces to gather. And so CLIP funding is available. A league can apply up to $400,000 for a major build. Now, that is, again, something I think going forward we'd have a conversation with administration, especially since we have these life safety needs right now, that we would want to focus the funding to go towards those as opposed to new builds, especially for a short time. That's not a discussion we've made a decision on, and clearly what I would need to do is understand which leagues are in the process of even looking at building a new hall, right? Mm-hmm. We don't want to set back a league that's currently in the process. We've had 2 brand new halls built in the last year, right. Oak Hills and Cameron Heights, and those are huge benefits to those parts of the city. Yeah,
yeah, and Knotwood.
And Knotwood as well in the past few years. Yeah.
Because I'm just so what's the oldest hall? Do you know?
I think maybe King Edward Park or Bellevue.
How old was that? Is it beginning of the neighborhood or kind of a few?
Yeah, the King Edward Park has 2 halls, 2 tripartite spaces, and the smaller hall was built in the 40s.
Oh, in the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I imagine a lot of these halls kind of has followed the evolution of those neighborhoods where probably heavily used at one point, but then kind of like went down as the neighborhood evolved, right?
I think, Councillor Tang, a lot of halls are partners, and although they might not have formal partnerships with different organizations, they do provide space for an enormous number of nonprofit organizations in our city. And maintaining and repairing halls is always more cost-effective than building new halls.
Yeah.
We know that our new halls that have just been built have cost millions of dollars.
Okay. Yeah, I get your point that it serves significantly more people than just the people who live in that neighborhood. Okay, great. Thank you for those answers.
Yeah, I just have a few quick follow-up questions. On your stats on usage, is the increase in usage related to the number of community leagues that are starting to put daycare facilities into their halls?
I can't answer that specifically. There is more leagues that have daycares. I would agree with that. But I think from that self-reported data from the community leagues around their usage of hall rentals. So usually if there's a daycare, it wouldn't be considered a rental. It would be considered a sublicense agreement. So it would be categorized differently. So
they wouldn't count that as their usage of their hall?
not in a hall rentals. What I put there was hall rentals and programs. So, well, yeah, it might count more as a program.
It sounds like everybody kind of submits their own data based on their own interpretation.
Yeah, and there is programming data that they submit as well as rental. So it might fall under programming, but I wouldn't say, I don't know how many daycares, I don't know if we could say off the top of our head, but there's been a few leagues that have gotten daycares for sure. But
Just in addition, there's been preschools in community leagues for 100 years. Like it's not brand new. There may be a few more in 2025 than there was in 2015, but I don't view that as the major impactor of that number. No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between a preschool and a daycare, just to be clear. So how are, obviously the conversation is going to continue. How are you going to lean into the district plans to look at asset rationalization when this comes back?
yeah, I think that's a good question and something we can start on. We've already been having, under our new bylaws, each of my board members represents a district. Those districts have been meeting twice a year, and they've been having conversations about everything from programs to also shared spaces. So instead of everyone running a rink, how can they rotate who runs a rink, for example, year over year to help save on costs? And I think it'll continue to grow those conversations as we look at, what spaces do we need, what spaces are used well, how do we use our spaces more effectively. I think we'll also start looking at how can we share spaces with other organizations. We've seen, for example, ABC Head Start has now come in and has started to work with several leagues, has major space in some of our halls, and I think we want to continue to look at other partner agencies like that can help use these spaces. Again, these spaces are great spaces. We don't want to see them fall apart. We want to make sure that they continue to be great spaces for the neighborhood and for other organizations that need them.
Yeah, and I guess just my last question is about when the report comes back, will you break out all of the different asset types? Because I think there's a big difference between a hall and a community garden in terms of life safety, as an example. So are we going to break that out into terms of like the 30 million and what is actually for a hall versus a rink versus a community garden?
And just to be clear, there is, those assets are broken out as the current reports stand.
But the 30 million estimate
correct, and
is
it
not
only
broken out.
addresses enclosed spaces where life safety applies. Life safety doesn't apply to an outdoor space, such as a community garden in the example.
But the parking lots do have code that were written in and they are estimated in that 30 million as an example.
But that's an immediate repair classification, not a life safety. So there are nuances, and we could make it a little bit more
but
specific.
that'll be parsed out. I guess the crux of my question is that'll be parsed out in more detail.
Correct.
When with the continuing conversation. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. And now we will go to questions of administration. Would anyone else like to start or just continue on? Okay, I'm gonna restart my clock. Thank you. So I guess I'll go to Ms. Ladouceur first, because you didn't really present in the beginning. Any comments that you have that you'd like to share with council, the committee, and the public based on sort of what you've seen so far, that nuance and conversation around life safety if you could just speak to that from your expertise, and maybe just even tell the public who you are.
Absolutely. So good morning. I'm Pascal Doucet. I'm the branch manager for infrastructure planning and design. And so my team includes the asset management center of excellence for the city of Edmonton. And so this is where we have had limited opportunity to look at the details, and we have relied on the information provided by EFCL. And so my comments at this point in time are based on what we would do with our assets, and that's really the objective of doing the work of the portfolio analysis in the second phase. And so at this time, the questions that come to mind are a bit what you were saying, Councillor, is we're not exactly sure the breakdown of the 30 million, what is actually life safety versus code compliance. And so those do bring a lot of questions of how we would manage those elements for our facilities. Absolutely things like having working signs for exits, like those are things that should be addressed immediately, and as a city facility that would be done by our maintenance team, and so we would like to see those addressed in EFCL or in the community leagues for sure. But when it comes to other types of deficiencies that were noted, they are very common in most facilities, like fire separation deficiencies and things like that, and they often require a bit more of a project to take care of, and we would certainly look to fix them as soon as possible, but we don't consider them life safety issues that are as urgent. Now, another comment, just I believe that the 30 million, the best way to explain it to council would be that this is the ideal investment that is being requested. And as you know, we have funded our facilities at about 21%. And so we would need to apply that kind of prioritization and ranking for what we're seeing from EFCL.
Okay, and then I'm just going to go to community services, either maybe Ms. Schlatley. Thoughts on the discussion around, and I guess again this will come back as part of but this changing of the ratio, because if it's already oversubscribed and we change the ratio, I guess just as the grantee, or who is the grantee of the CLIP, I guess I should ask first. That's community services, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, could you just speak to that recommendation from the speakers today?
Yeah, so I think we would have to have quite a bit of offline conversation with the FCL on the impact for community leagues. Generally, when we see a program that is oversubscribed, certainly there are a lot of ways that one can manage that in terms of whether it's the ratio of funding, who has access to it, but that's simply going to increase the number of requests that we get. And when we still have the same number of funding, that means that either we reduce or we create a cap on how much individual leagues could get, or we reduce the number of leagues or increase the number of leagues that we have to say no to, essentially, which can also have the unintended consequences of volunteer organizations, quite frankly, putting together a lot of grant applications that don't go anywhere, which is an undesirable consequence of doing that. So I think that we would need to take offline to really understand what that demand looks like and what is the best way to structure that program to ensure that we're meeting the priority requests, but not creating a lot of work for volunteer organizations that may not have an opportunity to move forward.
Okay. And can you speak to me a little bit about, I know there was a memo recently about changes to the operating grant and the formulas there, and then you mentioned something in your presentation about the utility offsets. And I'm asking this because I do think a lot of leagues have mentioned to me, in particular that I serve, that they're struggling with utility costs, and so it's making it hard to have funding to do some of the infrastructure work. So I do see the interconnectedness there.
Yeah, so we have made changes to both the operating and how we're managing the utility offsets. We do have Rochelle, who is acting director of neighborhoods right now on the line, who I will look to, who may want to speak to as they've had some more of the person-to-person conversations on this one.
How about we just tee them up, because
Sure
I am at 10 seconds,
Yep.
and so as the chair,
Will do.
I've got to be a good role model, and I'll come back, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much for those comments and the work to date. I did just want to clarify. So even though these are not necessarily city-owned at this point, my understanding is that leagues can technically sort of walk away from the buildings, in which case they are assets that are on our our property. So they do, at the end of the day, become a liability for the city.
Yeah, ultimately. So there are steps before that happens, but you are correct that if all else fails, it's a land lease, and so eventually it becomes a city asset. Yes.
Okay. And again, just to kind of ground, I think some of the conversation, I appreciated your opening comments that, these are, clearly having correct signage is very important, but some of the gaps in fire separation, for example, just again to clarify, these are not situations where, EFRS is shutting these down as uninhabitable buildings.
Correct. And again, speaking from summaries of building condition assessments, but our experience is that these are not the kind of deficiencies that would shut a building down. Absolutely, it should be addressed as soon as possible. But fire separation deficiencies are things that in a lived-in building happen all the time. And if you went through most city facilities, you would likely find fire separation deficiencies in them.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. So I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about this report that's coming next year in 2026. My interests are just sort of that opportunity for that really holistic strategic look, bringing in that thread of asset rationalization, usage as well in terms of which halls have higher use versus others, and then also sort of that scan of, are there other assets in the community that could become more multi-purpose to serve those needs?
Yeah. So I can speak to the facility portfolio analysis kind of piece. Our objective is, as you described, is really to basically what we want to come back to council with is if these were city facilities, this is how we would apply our asset management practices, prioritization, and assess basically an implementation plan for addressing what we're seeing in front of us, which would take into account likely the financial positions of both organizations. And then that would be in combination with the work that Stacey is going to talk about, which is a bit more of that usage and other analysis.
Thank you, Pascal. So in community services, we're focused on that community development that community development aspect of it. And so we've been having conversations with EFCL, and what we would really like to do is get together and have some longer vision conversations about what do these kinds of supports look like in Edmonton on a longer term basis. It's something that I think Edmonton is well known for, is our community leagues and how that supports our neighborhoods. We certainly know that we have really great leaders who come up through our city and our organizations through community leagues, and that's really, really important. But we also need to talk about how our city is changing, how it's growing, our demographics, how they're growing. As you noted, we've got districts plans coming in. And so I think we need to take a bit of a step back and look at the usage, look at memberships, look at the demographics of our neighborhood and how they're changing, and maybe explore whether there are other models for how these receive funding or how we integrate these into communities ongoing. So those are the conversations that we'll be having with the FCL and our community leagues through that motion too.
Great, I really appreciate that. That's exciting work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Thank you. That cleared up a number of questions that I had, but maybe just to come back to CLIP, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, and maybe help clarify this for me. Under the current structure, what does the prioritization look like if someone, because it sounds like there's an implied desire to prioritize life safety upgrades and improvements, but that doesn't necessarily always happen, just given the types of applications that come forward. And maybe what would we be looking for going forward? Is there a way to better embed that into the distribution of those funds?
So as noted, we continuously look at all of our programs and how we adjust eligibility requirements in response to what community needs are. So we do work really closely with EFCL on all of our programs and the eligibility requirements for that to ensure that the programs that the city is investing in are responsive to the needs of community. So my recommendation there would be for us to, following this conversation, go back and have those conversations with EFCL in terms of building out eligibility within the parameters of funding that we have to best meet the needs that we have right now.
Okay, and is it possible that coming out of the larger body of work that's going to be back next year, that there might be some recommendations coming out of that as to how to best prioritize the more urgent life cycle or life safety improvements that are required?
Yeah, if we felt that we needed council direction in order to do that, then we would certainly fold that in. But we'll have those conversations to see what that scope looks like, and if that's something that we can simply do sooner than later, or that's something that we would feel would benefit from a council conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I am on the board. I think I'm just going to move the motion first that the August 11th, 2025 Community Services Report, CS 02978, be referred back to administration with instructions to request from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues further details and prioritization of the life safety deficiencies per building within all community league facilities, and that administration incorporate this new information into the upcoming report, CS 03147, Community League Facility and Amenity Review, due Q2 2026. And just to briefly introduce it, I understand if we had received for information that some of this work would happen, but I do feel like given the attention to this, given the importance of this conversation, a referral motion is just a lot more cleaner and clearer to the expectations of both EFCL and administration for the conversations that need to happen in regards to this report and the prioritization. So that's why I have put a referral motion back on. And then just, my only other question is just the outstanding one that I had asked about the operating grants, and I know that they were teed up and I ran out of time, so if they are available, if they need me to repeat the question, let me know.
Yeah, I can pass over. I'll also note that we have a memo coming to council, so we can fold in some of the information that perhaps you're requiring into that motion, or into that memo, so that all council has it.
We did see a memo on the operating grant. That did come to us.
I will pass it over to Rochelle.
Thank you and good morning. May I please have a repeat of the question?
So my question was around the utility offsets and what do those look like, and how are we changing our funding structure, because I do hear a lot of community leagues are struggling with especially rising utility costs, and when they're having to pay their utility bills, they can't put more funding towards infrastructure renewal work, as an example. So I was just trying to get us, that's why I was trying to understand the operating side, because I think they're interdependent.
Thank you. So regular utility costs are part of the CLOG funding. In 2026, the actual operating expenses will be factored into the CLOG formula. And then we've also had a slight shift with stormwater drainage fees billed through EPCOR. It's now being billed directly to the leagues. So the city is offsetting by providing funding through CLOG over the monies that they over and above the monies that they typically get.
Specifically for that?
Specifically for that,
So
yes.
not for like their electric costs or their heating costs?
Correct.
Just their water?
The utility costs are part of the CLOG funding formula, and then there is a specific allotment towards additional stormwater costs.
But our community operating grants for leagues hasn't significantly increased in any meaningful way in a long time, correct?
That's correct. The entirety of the granting landscape will be taken into consideration through the work for motion 2 as well.
Okay, so okay, good, because that's why I asked this, because I wanted to make sure that co and interdependency is also reflected in that returning report. Okay, perfect.
Yes, thank you.
I have no further questions. Do any of my colleagues have any questions on the motion on the floor, or any further questions for administration? Perfect. So I will invite colleagues to speak to this motion. if they are so inclined. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to thank the mover for putting this on. I think this referral motion does make the most sense, just so that we can have a really comprehensive and strategic conversation about how we address these issues. I appreciate that there is a route for some of the truly urgent and immediate things, but I think it really behooves us as a city to take this work on in a strategic and comprehensive way. So I'm really excited for the work coming next year. I again thank the mover for the previous motion around that. I think it's going to help us answer these difficult questions really holistically. I appreciate that we're looking at the physical side, applying our asset management strategy to this portfolio, but also looking at the social infrastructure considerations as well to make sure that we're continuing to support and foster community needs. You know, as a resident and representative of Wequentuin, a really vibrant neighborhood that does not have a league hall, you know, I think it's important to reflect that the presence of a physical space doesn't, the absence of a physical space doesn't preclude a really active community, finding ways to come together. I think there are great opportunities to make use of other nonprofit spaces that might be underutilized. For example, you know, YWCA, community church halls that are no longer used by active congregations. I think there's lots of opportunities to make best use of those assets in our community. And I really appreciate EFCL for the work that they're doing to shepherd these assets and to work with communities through what will be some difficult conversations, I'm sure, but I think help us get to a better, more sustainable and robust place moving forward. So thank you. Look forward to the work ahead.
Thank you. And no one else to speak? Okay, I will close. Thank you to administration and EFCL for their work on this. At the end of the day, I alluded to the fact that for me, regardless of what comes out of 2026, I want it to be very clear and explicit that I would not entertain, if I'm still on council in 2026, $31 million going to EFCL for the renewal. When we have a renewal deficit on city-owned assets and roads and our inventory, that is where I will be personally prioritizing city budget for any renewal dollars that are available. That doesn't mean there can't be anything. It just means that that number that's presented today has to come to a more reasonable space in my mind when that comes back. That being said, I really do agree with Councillor Stevenson. I think that we do need to lean into the district plans a little bit more to understand on a district level what are the needs and to help, you know, and I think I really empathize with EFCL because you're in a very hard position. You're this umbrella body, but you don't have any authority. These are all independent, autonomous organizations. And so they are individually looking at their own space, and it's hard for them to see the broader picture of everybody else that's also doing the same thing. And so I know this work is not going to be easy. I understand that's probably why, you know, the request for a staffer that can help facilitate some of those conversations, and as Councillor Salvador mentioned, this makes a lot of sense, and so that's definitely a conversation that we can have when this comes back. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I do think it is going to be really looking at, in a changing world, what best meets the needs of today and for future generations. I think about even Inglewood, right? Like, if you had done this asset assessment a few years ago, they had a dilapidated rink shack that was probably super unsafe. They've since demolished it, just for the record. There's no, but you know, there is a lot of, and they've been able to not have to worry about it. They've been able to put that funding into the community garden, into park space. And so money that would have been used to maintain that was able to be reallocated to other things that better serve a community that is densifying. And densifying arguably is one of the most rapidly densifying neighborhoods in the city. And so I don't think density alone is a reason to keep a hall, just like I think not having density is a reason to get rid of a hall. So I think that we have to have a more nuanced conversation about that and what that can really look like. And for me, my hope is that that conversation really does center around how are EFCL and community leagues evolving as we are a changing and growing city, and what ways and what assets will best serve the communities and the districts in those spaces. So that's where I hope that the conversation goes, and I think it could be a really positive and forward-looking conversation if we frame it that way. And I look forward to, in one way, shape, or another, continuing the conversation in 2026. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And so we are going to move on to our second item. I'm going to while we're getting the new delegation set up, just take a quick 2-minute recess so I can refill my coffee. And then we don't.
We are on recess.
For just a couple minutes. To make sure we have quorum, Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Tang.
Hello.
And online, I see Councillor Wright is back.
Hello, yes.
And Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Okay, and I don't think I'm missing anybody else. Perfect. Okay. Please go ahead with your presentation on the Animal Care and Control Bylaw.
Thank you very much. My name is still Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Thank you for the opportunity to present the new Animal Care and Control Bylaw. We are here today seeking committee's recommendation to Council to approve our new bylaw. The purpose of the Animal Care and Control Bylaw is to establish a system of licensing and control for animals within the city while promoting responsible pet ownership. Replacing the existing animal licensing and control bylaw is essential in establishing a legislative foundation that sets expectations, protects animal welfare, and contributes to thriving, safe communities. The bylaw project leaders and collaborating subject matter experts from administration are here today to speak to the project approach, public engagement, and the development of the new bylaw. We're happy to take questions at the end of the presentation. I'm joined today by David Jones, Chief Bylaw Enforcement Officer and Branch Manager Community Standards, John Wilson, Deputy Chief Animal Care and Park Rangers, Tracy Bowder, Manager of Animal Care, John Wanri, Superintendent Animal Control Peace Officers, Greg Turner, Senior Research Advisor, and our lawyer from our Legal Services Branch, Janet Affone. With that, I'll return the presentation over to John Wilson.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you, Jennifer. This administration initiative project started in 2023 in response to emerging and ongoing trends in animal licensing and control and to meet the changing needs of residents. At the June 2nd Community and Public Services Committee meeting, administration presented a report highlighting the significant policy directions for the new bylaw. The committee passed a motion to return with a new bylaw, which we have the pleasure of presenting today. With the recommendation of this committee, City Council may provide 3 readings of the new Animal Care and Control bylaw on August 19th. Once the bylaw is passed, administration will begin developing a comprehensive implementation plan to ensure a smooth transition. This plan will include a communication campaign to educate the public on the changes, updates to internal workflow processes, procedure development, employee training, and the research and development of new programs enabled by a contemporary bylaw. Next slide, please. The Animal Licensing and Control bylaw is over 20 years old, and there is a need to address shifts in pet ownership, growing interest in urban agriculture, rising pet populations, and the critical need for humane and effective management of unowned cats. Our approach represents a holistic and collaborative approach that balances best practices, community insight, and regulatory standards. This bylaw aims to reflect the perspectives of Edmontonians and to ultimately contribute to responsible pet ownership, protecting animal welfare, and enhancing public safety. Next slide, please. Edmonton's corporate public engagement spectrum defines the public's role in each consultation level and involvement for all projects. At the advise level, the city consults for public input to inform the development of policies, programs, projects, or services. This bylaw project utilized the advise level, which invited Edmontonians to share their feedback and their perspectives. To action this project's engagement at the advise level, a 2-phase community-centered approach was used to develop potential changes to the bylaw with over 18,400 total responses. Next slide, please. Phase 1 began with a wide scope to understand the diverse perspectives on the bylaw and used an approach that provided the time and space to meet Edmontonians where they were. Across several times and locations, supplying various opportunities and spaces where participants could feel comfortable sharing their perspectives. Participants were asked, what's working in the current bylaw? Are there sections of the bylaw that need to change? And what's missing from the bylaw? Various methods of public engagement were used, including a virtual public session, 5 subject theme-specific sessions, 4 pop-ups, 15 online focus groups, and 8 in-depth interviews. Throughout this time, an online survey was open to the public and the Edmonton Insight community, which proved to be highly popular, receiving 8,094 responses, ranking it among the most engaged surveys in Edmonton at that time. Next slide, please. Phase 2 built on the first phase and dove deeper to obtain detailed feedback on specific bylaw areas identified for improvement. Various accessible engagement opportunities were offered for residents to comfortably join the conversation and share their perspective. Extensive engagement was conducted across all 12 city wards, including 30 pop-up events at various public locations, online discussion forums, and speaker board surveys at dog parks. Public opinion research involved targeted focus groups, in-depth interviews, a third-party online panel survey, and a public online survey that received around 9,000 responses. Together, these were used to refine policy directions in the bylaw. After each phase, a summarized What We Heard report and public opinion research report were published on the city's bylaw renewal project website, and these reports were shared at the June 2nd bylaw policy report presentation. This was to ensure that new residents could get up to speed with the project and for us to check in with those who participated. Next slide, please. The project analysis and decision mapping organized information from various sources, including listening, documenting, and incorporating detailed feedback from the public on specific aspects of the bylaw identified for improvement, considering the legal and operational constraints and improvements in the new provisions, aligning and adapting the bylaw within the wider policy environment, including provincial acts such as the Dangerous Dogs Act and the Animal Protection Act, reinforcing best practices from research in veterinary animal welfare and public safety, and collaborating to gain insight from other municipalities for jurisdictional scans and interviews. A GBA Plus analysis examined these directions to advance equity measures that considered implementation, cost, and municipal authority. Slide, please. The new bylaw will safeguard animal health and well-being by advancing the standards of care required for animals. These align with provincial legislation and municipal bylaws in other jurisdictions, including the creation of regulations to address abandoned animals, protection from severe temperatures, and the unsecured transport of animals. The animal welfare regulations enable efficient enforcement and hold pet owners accountable for jeopardizing their pet's welfare. Where education, voluntary compliance, and fines are unsuccessful, the city's Animal Care and Control Centre is empowered to provide interim care in the best interest of the animal. This is supported by residents. The new bylaw includes offences that ensure the welfare of animals during transport, including proper ventilation and adequate space requirements. This carries a penalty of $250, and there is a $500 penalty for abandoning an animal. Slide, please. Dog attack complaints have increased by almost 15% in post-pandemic years, with more attacks resulting in serious injury and, unfortunately, even death. The previous policy report promised to deliver new dog regulations to promote accountability, responsible pet ownership, and to enhance public safety. The bylaw utilizes a tiered approach to dog attacks and aligns with the Dunbar dog bite scale. This scale is considered the industry standard for assessing the severity of dog bites from 1 to 6 by enforcement agencies, veterinary practices, and animal shelters. It allows for the objective determination of the severity of a dog attack based on the level of injury to the victim. A serious injury is defined as an injury requiring medical attention, such as wounds requiring sutures or other wound repair and closing or surgery, disfiguring or scarring lacerations, broken bones, severe sprains, physical trauma, or any other injury level 4 or higher on the Dunbar dog bite scale. Dogs classified as vicious dogs may be required to complete appropriate training delivered by a professional dog trainer. Administration is working with canine behaviorists at the Edmonton Humane Society and evaluating recognized training certification models from other jurisdictions where similar requirements are also in place. These activities contribute to establishing a credible, consistent, and clear standard for training requirements. New conditions require dog owners of vicious dogs to post signage on their property to alert people to the presence of that dog. Administration will provide a sample sign design online along with specifications such as minimum sign dimensions. Vicious dog regulations specific to common areas of multi-unit dwellings are also included for public safety, and vicious dogs continue to be prohibited from entering off-leash parks based on feedback from public engagement and in alignment with the Public Spaces bylaw. To preserve livable neighborhoods, the nuisance dog category will see a reduction in the minor conviction threshold from 3 to 2 convictions over a 3-year period. To combat barking complaints, additional criteria is included to qualify and mitigate excessive barking. These regulations pertain to animal-related noise, while other noise regulations are addressed in the Community Standards bylaw. Slide, please. The new bylaw will continue with the direction presented at the previous committee meeting and include definitions and distinctions to humanely manage unowned and feral cats, provide support to strays, and uphold responsible pet ownership. It will also prohibit pet cats from roaming on private property, as residents felt strongly that pet owners should be held accountable. Edmonton is home to many feral cats, with some estimates suggesting a population of 70,000 or more, with up to 600 feral cats entering the Animal Care and Control Centre annually. These cats are not socialized and are extremely fearful of humans, which means they cannot be rehabilitated or adopted into homes. This bylaw builds a foundation to address the feral cat population and reduce natural system conflicts at the root by introducing provisions to legitimize trap, neuter, return programs, supporting community efforts with best practices. Trap, neuter, return programs involve the trapping of feral cats for the purposes of sterilization and vetting before returning them to their place of origin. The Alberta Veterinary Medical Association and Canadian Veterinary Medical Association support humane population management through trap, neuter, return. During engagement, residents identified the need and showed support for trap, neuter, return in their communities. Return to field is introduced as a shelter-based approach to cat population management, where cats that have already entered the shelter may be sterilized and vetted before being returned to their place of origin. Trap, neuter, return and return to field programs are widely accepted as an effective approach to cat population management, and both programs are supported by Humane Canada. In order to address the cat population in Edmonton holistically, a multifaceted approach is necessary and should include several tools used concurrently to achieve the best result. The new bylaw introduces provisions that will allow for the future development of a return to field program. Return to field programs combined with trap, neuter, return and comprehensive key messaging related to responsible pet ownership are the most humane and effective approach to managing the cat population over time. Next slide, please. The public engagement process revealed little support for significant changes to the existing bylaw concerning exotic animals, such as reptiles, birds, and most small animals. For this reason, the new bylaw does not establish new license categories for these species, but it does formalize our hens and bees pilot program into a new urban livestock license category. Engagement sought to understand public perceptions around urban livestock. In addition to hens and bees, other animals, such as ducks and quail, were discussed. Feedback did not support major changes to include additional animals, but it did support the formalization of the hens and bees into the new urban livestock license category. There was support, however, for ensuring that rabbits kept outdoors are secure, and so there is a new requirement for appropriate outdoor pens or enclosures for rabbits. The bylaw provides additional clarity in definitions that align with public feedback, provides straightforward regulation for prohibited animals under the bylaw, and establishes standards for responsible pet ownership. Slide, please. To maintain community harmony and encourage considerate pet stewardship, the bylaw will continue to limit the maximum number of certain types of animals per residence. Household limits are capped at a maximum of 3 dogs, 6 cats, 4 rabbits, 3 beehives, and 6 hens per residence. These limits were supported by public feedback and comparable to practices in other jurisdictions. Limits for all pets in home, regardless of species, were discussed during public engagement. However, consideration was given to the impact on the community as a whole and public safety when determining species-specific limits as suggested in the bylaw. A temporary excess animal permit may allow those taking care of an animal to exceed the limit of pets per resident in certain situations, such as fostering an animal for a not-for-profit organization. Slide, please. The new bylaw will continue current pet licensing requirements for cats, dogs, and pigeons, and create a new urban livestock category for hens and bees. Discussions during engagement explored the idea of licensing other species, but there was little support for introducing new regulations for species not already captured by the existing bylaw. Additional assistance is included to support the community work of adoption-focused rescue organizations by offering free licensing. The bylaw also provides licensing discounts for spayed and neutered animals to encourage responsible pet ownership. Furthermore, seniors and those Edmontons receiving income assistance will qualify for license fee discounts that apply to all spayed or neutered animals in the household rather than just the first animal. Feedback received during engagement indicated support for exploring an expansion of the pet license fee subsidy program to also include low-income Edmontonians. A comprehensive review of the financial implications and benefits of such a program supplement will be explored throughout 2026 and a recommendation will be shared with Council by year-end 2026. It's important to note that the new bylaw includes discretionary authority for the city manager to include further subsidies for low-income residents, so no further bylaw amendments would be required for this change. Slide, please. Licensing fees have remained unchanged for 5 years and have only seen a $2 overall increase in almost a decade. To balance operational costs with affordability issues, the new bylaw includes a modest, escalating licensing fee increase of $1 per year over the next 3 years. This gradual approach considers licensing fees in other jurisdictions, recognizes current economic pressures faced by Edmontonians, and provides a minimal offset to the increased costs of growing service demand, veterinary medical services and supplies, shelter care, and animal transfer fees. After 3 years, administration will share the results of licensing activity and the realized financial position to articulate other measures and next steps to balance continued support for Edmontonians and animal welfare. The fee for the new hens and bees urban livestock category will be $50. No increases to this fee over the next 3 years are proposed at this time. Licensing numbers for these animals are currently low, and administration recommends evaluating this activity over time before making any further decisions about changes to the cost of this license category. Ultimately, this bylaw seeks to align and approve policy to urgently advance the protection of pets and resident communities now, with further sustainable financial solutions for operations to be explored through the appropriate service and budgeting processes. Slide, please. Kennel fees will see a minor increase for cats and other animals and a more significant increase for dogs in the new bylaw. New fees have been benchmarked to align with the increased costs of providing the required veterinary care and shelter services for animals in our custody. To ensure health and welfare, shelter staff provide intake assessments for all incoming animals. Veterinary medical care, including vaccinations to prevent disease transmission, food, water, shelter, enrichment activities, and cleaning services all ensure that animals are well cared for at the Animal Care and Control Center. As a temporary caretaker service, our ultimate goal is to reunite owners with their pets, and, when that is not possible, to facilitate the transfer of the animal for adoption. Slide, please. As noted in the previous presentation, dog attack fines will increase, as supported by public engagement sentiments, and they will also include doubled fines for repeat offenses based on the severity. The bylaw includes offenses in Schedule A, with fines for failing to meet new requirements, such as having a microchip for a restricted dog or obtaining an urban livestock license. When Edmonton's fines were compared to other jurisdictions, we found that fines often fell either in line or below that of other municipalities. The fines in the new bylaw align with municipal and provincial procedures and are proportional to the offences established in the bylaw. Our enforcement procedures follow the 4Es model. Therefore, fines are never the first resort, except in some serious public safety matters. Our approach typically begins with education, engagement, and encouragement before proceeding to enforcement, which often entails a warning and an opportunity to comply before fines are issued. Fine amounts are not based on revenue generation and are intended to create both a specific and general deterrence effect. Slide, please. With the support of this committee, this bylaw will be provided to City Council for 3 readings on August 19th. Looking forward, implementation of the bylaw will require staff training, internal process and procedure changes, significant updates to software workflow processes, and program development. Additionally, a robust communications campaign will be conducted to educate and build awareness of the changes and to close the loop with the large number of residents who participated in and shared their perspectives. Once enacted, this bylaw will create the legislative foundation to explore, research, and share with Council future programs, including a mass TNR program, a return to field program, and expansions to our subsidy program to support low-income Edmontonians. Slide, please. To conclude, this bylaw is based on the culmination of 2 years of research, analysis, and engagement with Edmontonians who shared their perspectives on topics important to them and their community. The information gathered was used to help develop this bylaw, reflecting the community-centered approach taken. This bylaw incorporates current city policies and service data, research, and jurisdictional scan data combined to facilitate a modernized bylaw that works for pets and residents. Thank you very much. Our delegation will be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. And now I will invite the speakers. We do have a new speaker that I'll read into the record as speaker number 5, Al Buttonor, who is remote. So in person, if you are here in person, please look to the clerk to direct you to your seats. So we have the Edmonton Humane Society, Lisa Sinley. We have Anita Bashand in person as well. And Cynthia Karsten is remote. Christine Kowalchuk, remote. Are you with us, Cynthia?
Yes, I am. Hi.
And then
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Christine Kowalchuk.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. And Al Buttonor. So I thought I just had to read into the record, but it looks like it's been moved as a motion. Do we need to vote to? Okay. Okay, I will start with our speaker. And you were here when I read through the information on process and protocol and all of the good stuff, decorum that we keep in this space. Okay, so I don't need to repeat any of that. I will go to our first speaker. You have 5 minutes to present. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Liza Sunley, and I'm the CEO of the Edmonton Humane Society. We are very encouraged to see the draft Animal Care and Control Bylaw progressing and thank the City and administration for the thoughtful work behind this renewal. We appreciate the effort to modernize this important legislation and generally support its direction. At EHS, our mission is to enrich the lives of people and companion animals. We've advocated for a bylaw that better protects both and helps them thrive together. Today, I share our support for key updates along with areas we hope are considered in these final stages. We're especially glad to see sections reflecting our feedback from the June 2nd committee meeting and addressing gaps left by outdated provincial legislation. Our team has worked with Animal Care and Control to guide approved training programs, and we appreciate the requirement for humane muzzles and harnesses for designated vicious dogs. These are positive steps for animal welfare and public safety. We also welcome enhanced enforcement tools to hold people accountable, including the new provisions for animals left unattended, an issue we unfortunately see when animals are abandoned at our doors. We will monitor closely the implementation of new requirements for bite reporting, licensing for animals in our care, and foster permits. We appreciate that not-for-profits, like ours, will be exempt from associated fees. That said, time is one of our sector's scarcest resources. We're committed to cooperating as long as data helps protect animals and people, but hope the processes are practical and efficient so that they support rather than detract from our work. If licensing animals in our care aims to capture accurate histories for animal care and control to identify trends proactively, it's essential that the licensing history follows the animal and not the person. Since licenses are issued to people, not pets, we want to ensure that information isn't lost when an animal is adopted and a new license is issued. That history could guide further interventions. We're also pleased to see non-for-profits named specifically in the bylaw. In an unregulated sector where anyone can call themselves a rescue, this distinction sets a standard, ensuring organizations meeting established criteria are entrusted with this important work. One area for further consideration is the stray hold period. We recommend a consistent 3-day hold period for all animals, regardless of identification. Experts say the most animals are reclaimed within 3 days. While our data is more limited than the city's, it does align. Stray animals brought to EHS from outside the city over the past 5 years have an average reclaim time under 2 days. Identification and not extended hold periods is key to reuniting with pets with their families. We're glad that the city promotes already the microchipping with its Don't Skip the Chip campaign. A shorter, consistent hold lets unclaimed animals receive needed care and move to new homes faster. This supports welfare, frees up space, and aligns with practices in Alberta municipalities and major Canadian cities like Vancouver, Ottawa, and Montreal. We recognize the management of cats is especially nuanced, EHS's position remains that cats should not roam unsupervised. Humane containment through leashes, catios, or other means protects their welfare and the environment. At the same time, we acknowledge the enforcement challenges, especially if it means more cats entering already full shelters. Research shows healthy cats are more likely to return home when left where they are rather than brought to a shelter. We appreciate the city's efforts to strike a thoughtful balance that protects welfare while avoiding unintended harm. Education will be key, helping people understand the benefits of keeping pets indoors. We also spoke in June about the critical role of spay and neuter initiatives in managing cat populations. We're pleased the bylaw allows trap, neuter, return, and return to field programs. However, the draft specifies permits will be granted to not-for-profits to operate TNR programs for feral cats. If the intent is for these programs to be operated solely by not-for-profits, and not for the city to deliver those programs themselves, we're concerned about the capacity of animal welfare and rescue organizations to scale these programs effectively given our limited resources. If the city invested in its own TNR program for feral cats within our jurisdiction, EHS would be pleased to lend our expertise and support. We'll continue providing and working with administration to explore how the bylaw will be applied. We encourage Council to prioritize approval within this term so the work translates into meaningful changes quickly as possible. As the bylaw is finalized, we remain committed to supporting a version that's enforceable and effective, strengthening our community and safeguarding people and animals. Thank you again for your leadership and for allowing us to be part of this important conversation.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Anita. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do you have a presentation or just to speak?
Just to speak.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name's Anita Bashand, and I'm here to ask that you revoke the pigeon license at 12964 117th Street. I am the immediate adjacent property owner who has lived at this residence for 62 years. My new neighbors moved in September of 2023. The coops and cages appeared and some built in November 2023, and then the pigeons came. If you think pigeons are neighborly, you're wrong. The relentless sound of the male pigeons infiltrating 3/4 of my home, and this is with the windows and doors closed, daily from dawn to 10:45 p.m. At night was unbelievable. Working in the yard, I needed to use ear protection, and I had to have music near me to drown out this sound of these creatures. I wore hearing protection for my entire shift while I was working for over 30 years, and now I need to do this at home. It's ridiculous and extremely frustrating. After 5 months of enduring these pigeons, I had enough and called bylaw, but their hands are tied because you think pigeons make good neighbors in residential communities. You are wrong. I've always been a good neighbor and citizen, but these pigeons have brought me to my knees. I literally lost my mind shouting at the pigeons to be quiet. I had to go for mental help because my blood pressure would be off the charts for 10-15 hours a day. She called it fight or flight. The pigeons are unbearable to me. On the 10th month, I shouted to this neighbor and said that I would get a lawyer. He was at my front door in 15 minutes. The first thing he says to me is the shouting has to stop. I just broke down because I told him I hear it in the house and everything. And he said that he would insulate, but I would still hear them. And so I said, well, use sound protection. And I'll try, but he didn't. I don't hear them, since he's insulated, I don't hear them in the house anymore, thank goodness, unless the vents are open. I hear them in the yard and on the patio deck. I am at their mercy when they open their vents. I sincerely hope you consider this a serious complaint against that license renewal. These pigeons have severely impinged the enjoyment of my yard and property. There are now stray pigeons in our community. I am now having problems with these stray pigeons roosting in the cable end of my roof and on my roof. I spent a couple $100 on accessories to deter these pigeons. How can my neighbor's side hustle have priority over the peaceful use of my home? I would rather my neighbors have 3 dogs over pigeons any day. Yesterday, I polled 10 people at a small department store if they knew for a mere $15, your new neighbor could own 1 to 75 pigeons. Every person thought this was appalling or ridiculous. A few wanted to sign a petition against this. I would venture to say that at least 90% of Edmontonians are unaware that your neighbor could have 1 to 75 pigeons. That's all I have to say. I'm not a very eloquent speaker. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Anita. And I know you've been in touch with my office before and had conversations with some of my staff. So I'll have a line of questioning for you. And when we come back, we're just going to continue through the panel, okay? Thank you. And I will now go online to Cynthia. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Sorry I can't be there. I'm one of the outreach veterinarians with the Cred Shelter Medicine Program here at UC Davis, and I've worked with Edmonton Animal Care and Control and Edmonton Humane Society for quite a few years, probably over a decade now at this point, and I helped with the bylaw revision. And so I'm just here to support them and answer any questions that you have and reassure everyone that I am immensely impressed with John and his team's thoughtfulness in putting together the new bylaw. I support, our program, all national programs, Humane Canada, as Lisa already stated, support TNR and return to field. I really hope that Edmonton is allowed to do this as a management tool for cats. As I stated last time in the last meeting, that cats are very, very unique. There's no other animal like them in terms of their range of social ability to feral. So any tool we can use to help with cats based on the cat themselves and their situation is only going to make us more successful in terms of services to people and from the cat's welfare themselves. So really glad to see that in there and hope that everyone can get behind supporting it, and happy to answer any questions about it and how it's worked in other places. I will also agree on the 3-day, that all animals should just have a 3-day stray hold. That's what we have California wide. It's 72 hours. So it's Lisa's absolutely correct. We see it over and over and over again. If animals are going to go home, it happens quickly, and holding them longer isn't the thing that does it. So yeah, just really I'm glad to see that this is happening for everyone in Edmonton, and yeah, here for any questions.
Thank you. That you're complete with your presentation for right now until questions?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Christine Kowalchuk.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I support much of what is outlined in the new animal control bylaw. However, I share many of the concerns of the Edmonton Cold Weather Animal Rescue in the briefing they submitted to City Council. Their concerns parallel the experiences I've had with animal care and control myself. For example, in July, I found a stray cat wandering in a used car lot off Manning Drive. I caught him and took him to the vet and found that took him to animal care and control. No, I'm sorry, I took him to the vet and found out that he was a young, unneutered male and had no microchip. When I took him to animal care and control, I was told they were full and that I should simply return him to where I found him. If animal care and control is at capacity, it is because this is the kind of advice they are giving to the public. Free roaming unneutered cats make more cats. Furthermore, they did not even check to see if he was hurt or if he was actually a pregnant female. They did not look at him at all. Even as a young male, he would have had to struggle to survive, and returning any cat to a location next to a busy freeway is, of course, a terrible idea. It ends up he was someone's pet who had jumped from their condo balcony. If I had followed ACC's advice, there is a good chance he would have never been reunited with his owners and likely would have been killed. Thankfully, I worked with Little Cats Lost to foster him until his owners could be located. This is not the first experience I've had with animal care and control in which I've noted that their policies lead to overpopulation and inhumane treatment of animals, which is the opposite of their mandate. These policies furthermore cause other secondary problems, such as an increase in coyote conflicts as free roaming cats attract coyotes into neighborhoods, a loss of wild birds, and a general culture of neglect. I support Equar's point that licensing is pointless if there's no way of enforcing it. I thus agree with them that the bylaw needs to be returned to administration for meaningful improvement. I would furthermore like to recommend the following specific changes. 1, that a new city policy be enacted requiring that pets not only be licensed, but also that they be spayed or neutered and microchipped. If an owner wishes their pet to remain intact, they would have to pay a higher fee than is currently charged for this exemption, and a fine if the intact pet is found roaming. 2, that a new animal care and control advisory committee be created that includes representatives from various rescue groups. And 3, that the city fund a sanctuary for domestic animals that cannot be rehomed, and that this sanctuary be run by one of the shelters or a partnership among shelters. And I would like to say, you know, I've heard what the presenter from the city and what Cynthia also noted regarding TNR. And I've also been a supporter of TNR, but I think it's probably not appropriate actually for a cold weather climate like Edmonton. These animals are left roaming in the city at -30, and I think that's inhumane. It's not right. There should be another place to deal with these animals that can't be adopted. Besides ensuring humane treatment of animals, these changes would all lower the number of roaming cats and the city's costs of animal control. In terms of dogs, I would like to ask that the city review its off-leash areas and increase enforcement. The city's own dogs and open state spaces strategy notes that the city should locate off-leash areas away from areas of environmental sensitivity, such as natural areas, wildlife corridors, and other important ecological areas. Currently, however, there are a number of off-leash areas in narrow parts of the River Valley Wildlife Corridor, and I've seen firsthand mauled beavers and porcupines and golden-eyed ducklings that were separated from their mother the moment they left their tree cavity nest to head for the water. I also routinely see dogs running off-leash in areas that are not off-leash. Last month, I saw in my submission that I just sent to City Council about an hour ago, a photo in which you can see a woman walking 5 dogs off-leash in an on-leash area. Off-leash areas must be reviewed. Dogs should be welcomed throughout the River Valley on-leash, except in areas of particular ecological sensitivity, and allowed off-leash only in dedicated enclosed areas in order to minimize conflict with wildlife, including riparian wildlife such as ducklings that depend on shoreline areas for cover from hawks and other predators. Enclosures would be safer not only for wildlife, but for the dogs themselves, as well as for children and everyone else using the River Valley Park system. Enforcement must also be increased. The park rangers do an excellent job, and there need to be more of them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I will go to Al. Are you online? I see you, but...
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yes,
please go ahead with your presentation.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Good morning, City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to thank the administration as well, John Wilson and the staff, for what they've done and for listening to people around the city and for input on this. I think there's a lot of good in this change to the Animal Protection Act. I think the definition of unknown cats is good. I think it differentiates from feral cats, but which is fine. Temporary excess animal permits is an excellent thing. Not allowing cats to roam on private property is good. However, the thing that is missed for me on this is the fact that we're talking about unknown cats when we're really talking about abandoned cats, people who have just thrown their cats outside because they don't want to deal with the animal anymore, and therefore there is no owner. And in the city, we now have, according to what presentations have previously said, 70,000 cats on the street. That is not animal control. And if we're talking about a return to field or a return to, I'm sorry, I forgot the terminology. Yes, return to field. Return to field. People are going to rescue animals, bring them to the ACC, and then they're going to put them back outside so they can be rescued again. That doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. It's just going to increase the animal population outside. And, you know, one of the reasons we started up is because these animals are domesticated cats. They are domesticated. They're not lynxes. They're not coyotes. They're not, you know, they're meant to be pets. And feral cats, okay, cats can survive to minus 25, but we've sent to the city so many, you know, newsletters over the last month showing what happens to these cats when they're outside. The ear mites, the frostbitten ears, the broken tails, all this kind of stuff happens to them. It's not a favor to take these cats back outside because 90% or more are just let go. They're unneutered, they are unspayed, and they are just being left to roam on their own. They're not used to fending for themselves. They're not used to getting mice. They're not used to all this kind of stuff, right? And so they're prey to coyotes. They're prey to other things. You know, like, please, let's come up with a better solution to that. That's really all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of the presentations. I will open it to questions of our speakers from committee members or members of council.
Excuse me, Chair Rutherford, just before we move on to questions of council, I need to apologize. I missed that we needed to vote to add the speaker to the list. If you could just confirm that the committee did so by unanimous consent, that would be sufficient.
Yep, I see heads nodding from all committee members, so, yep.
Thank you.
Perfect. That is confirmed on record. Perfect. And I mean, I can start with some questions. So I'll go on the board. I guess I just have a few questions to the Humane Society first. What are your thoughts, and you didn't mention this in your presentation, so I'm going to go a bit off script, the rabbit limitations, because I thought it was interesting. I'll have a line of questioning for admin that it's 4 rabbits, but we allow 6 cats. It seems like cats and rabbits would kind of be similar. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. If you had any, or why cats or rabbits would be different.
No, we don't have specific feedback on the differentiation between the rabbits and cats. We do support limits, obviously for their...
yeah, so there's no limit right now, so adding a limit is good. Yeah. I'm just wondering, is 4 the right limit?
I would defer to the city for their thoughts on that.
Okay. And I really took your point about, and I have a line of questioning around the costing of the TNR program, the Trap, Neuter, Release program. So can you tell me more about your concerns around capacity? If in fact there is a reliance on nonprofits to be, and likely the Humane Society in this case, to be doing a bulk of that?
Yeah, TNR, we've been operating Trap, Neuter, Return outside the city for quite some time, and it's fairly cost intensive. You require, you know, medical staff, you know, transportation for the animals, all of the coordination that goes into trapping these animals, caring for them for a number of days, and then returning them. So definitely something that we've been outside the city. We would love to support work inside the city as well, but we would need some support for that because there are some fairly significant, especially around medical fees.
So you would want to have a discussion about funding, if that is in fact the case?
Yes.
Okay, Okay, thank you. Just wanted to get clarity on that. Ms. Kowalchuk, I wanted to go to you for a second. One of the things I've been really thinking about with cats, as I've delved into cats more than I ever thought I would in this last year, is around the link with biodiversity. I know you've been an advocate and champion for the River Valley and biodiversity, but you didn't really mention that in your presentation, so I wanted to give you an opportunity if you had any thoughts on that or any linkages there for what's being proposed.
Absolutely. And in fact, I did mention it briefly in terms of, secondary problems that are caused by high numbers of free roaming cats, but you're absolutely right. Free roaming cats are one of the greatest threats to wild birds. And that is the case here in Edmonton too. And we also know that there are increased wildlife conflicts in terms of coyotes being in neighborhoods when there are high numbers of free roaming cats as well. So I think managing the cat population in a humane way is really critical, and it will save the city so much money in so many other ways as well, and improve the well-being and the health of our city, and citizens in the city if we do that. So investment here is really important. And as I said before, I don't think TNR really is the way to go. I used to think it was, but in our cold winters, it just does not seem humane. And just from the experiences that I've had with animal care and control, the animals aren't even fixed before they're released again. So I think these are all problems that just continues to increase the cat population. And in terms of dogs too, I think, the off-leash dogs also need to be better managed for protecting wildlife as well.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go to Anita Bashand for my last little bit. This letter was sent to me on March 8th, but I have records on my back end of phone calls, but I don't have any record of this letter. Did you receive a response from my office with regards to this letter? No. Okay. I don't have any questions about this right now. I agree. It is concerning, and I think some of my colleagues are having you here today has been very impactful, and we'll have some lines of questioning for administration and take your point about the limits of the pigeons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Even one is too much if they make that noise.
Yeah, we'll talk to administration about that. And unfortunately, there is no mechanism to come back to you for other lines of questioning. But I will personally commit to phoning you post this meeting to have a chat and to discuss with you. Okay?
Okay.
Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, just quickly to Speaker Anita Bouchard. I'm so sorry to hear the experience that you had, and we will definitely follow up. And you did complain to city bylaws, right?
Yes.
And did you? I'm going to ask this question to them as well, to city administration. Have you given any rationale why 75 is the number? Why not 2? Why not 3? Why not 4?
Because it's a side hustle, because they're farming the pigeons, and they also breed them, and then they're breeding them, and the winners are. He sends the little birds to the United States. He told me.
So it's
So
more
he's
of
not
an.
doing
So
that.
this is more of an operation to raise pigeons than sell them or have them participate in.
Well, he also does that. They fly them. It's racing
Fly them, raise them
pigeons.
for competition and all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. But
We're not in the I don't know what you call that in the old ages, where you needed pigeons for
yeah, it's not just for
Male.
companionship or whatever you want to
Yes.
call it, right here. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions for the panel? Nope, perfect, we'll move
I
on.
had one more thing, if you don't mind.
Just one second, from a procedural perspective, I will go on the board to ask, or Amarjeet, would you like?
I have a little time, so you want to add more, so go ahead.
Okay. They built, what do you call it? A storage, the length of the garage, and it's about it's probably about 7 inches from my fence. I phoned 311, and I got a reference number, and then a week later it was closed because they're sending it because it involves pigeons. So I called again, and I said it's the structure, and again it was closed and sent to bylaw. And the third time I called, and finally they're going to look into that. Okay. But 3 times, because it's pigeons, it seems that they, I don't know the words, I'm not good with words. But I shouldn't have to call 3 times, 311 for this.
Yeah, and thank you.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will start with questions to admit. I'll pick up, I'll start with a line of questioning because I did look back at the history, and I know my colleagues are always surprised at how much I deal with, my office deals with animals, and I feel like John is very familiar with me at this point in my office. But it is true what Anita is saying. Basically, from the records that we have, the response we received as an office too from administration was, because this is the bylaw, nothing can be done. So this point in time, and why Anita is here, is the correct point in time to have this conversation. So I guess my first question is, why are we not how did we get to the number 75? And why are there no recommendations of changes to pigeons?
Yes, I can speak to that, Councillor. So the decision to carry over the previous bylaw amount of 75 maximum pigeons was based on a number of factors. One was what we heard during public engagement. There was very little in the way of concern about the continued practice of pigeons and pigeon coops and the numbers as reflected in the existing bylaw. We also took a look internally at our data, and we learned that we currently have, I believe it's 16 pigeon licenses in the city of Edmonton. It appears to be a hobby or a practice that is declining as years go by in terms of interest. And lastly, we looked at how many complaints we actually received. And in 2024, we received 8 complaints about pigeons. So those factors combined led us to believe that it was appropriate to continue with the existing limitations on the numbers, and so that those who still choose to practice this hobby can continue to do so without any major changes to what they're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate, and I can understand why little would come up in the way of concern if there's only 16 in the city. But I think what I'm hearing from the speaker today, and what I've heard from because there's another pigeon license in Dovercourt as well. So there's 2 actually in the ward that are causing problems that my office has dealt with. So 2 out of 16 at least that my office has been directly involved in. And it seems to be having a direct impact on adjacent neighbors in a way that is significant, but yes, to the broader population wouldn't be significant. In hearing that, do we need to consider this in terms of the same way we do with other things that affect one private property and then mitigation measures? Is there something that based on that feedback, we do need to kind of relook at this specific item?
Yes, I think there's an opportunity to engage with the Capital City Racing Pigeon Association, which is one of the 2 major clubs in Edmonton, to look at are people actually keeping 75 birds? Is that an appropriate number? Certainly that's something we could revisit and see if there are recommendations coming out of those discussions. Obviously, we're going to need to reconnect with the complainant in this one case, the speaker that we've heard from today, to understand her experience and what isn't working for her in the current regulations. But yes, we certainly can look at that in terms of Is 75 no longer the right number? But we would want to engage, I think, specifically with the people affected by it and also by the people that practice the hobby as well.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this picture, our picture's really powerful. There's a picture here that was submitted that I think all of my council colleagues up here received of the, like, this seems excessive for for city coops. This does seem like we're getting into farm territory as opposed to what we would expect for within city limits. So this photo is very powerful to me in terms of, if this was beside me, I could see how this would absolutely affect my quality of life living next door. And we are hearing that it is, and I've heard from others as well. So I don't know what to make of that. I do think there needs to be some sort of maybe motion that is directing some work around this. I'm kind of inclined to have a further follow-up conversation with you in advance of this coming to, if this is recommended to go to council. I think that there is further conversation that I need to have before I would be even comfortable doing 3 readings at council without some further dialogue on pigeons that weren't necessarily on my radar like they are now. So I'll leave it there for now, and I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just to follow up on that piece, procedurally and process-wise, if there is a desire to revisit the rationale for 75, is that something that you would like to take further time to investigate, or is that the type of change that could be just directed today around reducing that number?
Yes, I think committee can certainly give direction to that effect. We did, of course, engage with many organizations during our public engagement process, and the pigeon organizations were part of that process. And at that point, they didn't advance any opinions about reducing the numbers of pigeons at that time, which is probably hardly surprising considering they're the ones involved in the activity. We also didn't hear from any other citizens or complainants at that time either that living next to chicken coops was a major problem for them. So this is somewhat new information that we're hearing today. And so, of course, it's appropriate for a committee to give that direction. Also, I mean, this is an area that if committee wants us to do some more work on this specifically, we could do that and bring back a potential amendment at a later date.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, the actual rationale for 75, though, that's just kind of a carryover from previously. How was that 75 informed, I guess, at the outset? Or it's just always been that way?
I think it has always been that way in Edmonton for as long as I'm aware. When we compare ourselves to other municipalities, I mean, the City of Toronto allows up to 50 pigeons, and they temporarily increased that to 100 during the breeding and racing season, so it exceeds the number that Edmonton has in a much bigger, more densely populated city. The City of Winnipeg, on the other hand, they have a general limit of 40 pigeons, but members of racing or show pigeon clubs can keep up to 150 birds, so over twice the amount that we're allowing in Edmonton. In Brampton, we see a limit of 50 pigeons with another provision where they can expand that to 75 during the racing season. So when I look at the numbers that Edmonton has in place and has had in place for quite some time, it seems reasonable compared to the practices of other municipalities. However, I can't speak to how recently they've reviewed those practices themselves.
Okay, that's helpful. And happy to chat with colleagues about how we can advance something here, because I share the concerns that have been raised. But I'm going to use the rest of my time just for a few different questions here, and it might be jumping around a bit, but wanted to ask around, the need for educational campaigns and resources going forward, just to support the changes that are going to be, eventually out there. What does administration anticipate for the area of, greatest need in terms of the changes being made and that ability for Edmontonians to adjust and adapt?
Yeah, probably the biggest changes that we're anticipating at this time through the financial lens of resourcing are going to be changes around a mass TNR program that is effective. Because one of the criticisms leveled against TNR programs, which is legitimate, of course, is that unless it is consistent, unless it actually achieves a certain level of spay-neuter, and unless the colonies are monitored in an ongoing fashion for new additions, then it can't be as effective as it can when it meets those standards. So that would be one area where additional resourcing will be required. However, we do recognize that this is a community problem. This is a result of irresponsible pet ownership, where animals have been allowed to roam, something that the city does not recommend. And that has grown up over a very, very long period of time and has become a significant problem for us now. So some of the speakers today spoke about the humane considerations, and I agree with them 100%. We do need a solution, or several solutions, to be frank, if we're going to try and be effective, that is humane in nature. And I would suggest mass euthanasia of animals is not the humane option, but rather management over time using proven researched methods is the way to actually humanely reduce our populations. So I think that's probably the area where the most investment will be required. One of the commitments I've made to committee and will make going forward is that one of our next steps, should the bylaw be read, is to actually start engaging with many, many organizations in the Edmonton area who are already doing this work around, can we be more effective if we start to pool resources, coordinate our activities in a focused manner, and actually start to meet some of those standards for TNR that we know will make them actually effective programs. So that's the opportunity that I see in front of us. And I need to be clear, this is a community problem. And it'll only be solved if the people and organizations in our community can actually work together effectively. The city alone will not be able to address this adequately.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are at our lunch recess. So that means that we will continue this conversation at 1:30 and pick up where we left off with Councillor Stevenson on the board for questions. And yeah, that's where we'll leave for right now and see everybody back here at 1:30. riveting, feathered, furry, and scaled. I will start with a roll call of council members. Councillor Salvador, or committee members, sorry. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi. Are you joining us virtually? Mayor Sohi might join us a little bit later. And as mentioned earlier, Councillor Hamilton is still away and will not be joining this meeting. We had left off with questions for administration, and Councillor Stevenson was on the board for questions, so please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the thorough work that's been done on this and all the community conversations that have been held. So a few threads, but I'm really focused on some of the fees and fines, and then also the resources for the work. The report references further analysis being done on the subsidy program, and I was just wondering if that's part of a broader review of fees and fines that's underway?
Hi, Councillor. No, not specifically, but the issue of low-income subsidies did come up repeatedly during our engagement activities. And so when we look at some of the other programs at the city, and I'm thinking around transit, I'm thinking around access to recreation centers, we do have some subsidy programs that align with a low-income program. We don't currently have that for our pet licensing fee structure. So what we have done with what we've proposed today is we have expanded the existing subsidy program. So now seniors and people on income assistance can get a 50% discount on all animals in the household, not just the first one, which is what we used to do, and we'd like to expand that. Our proposal for the modest increase to fee licenses will cover that and still contribute to offsetting some of our additional costs. However, in order to actually present council with a really meaningful, well thought out proposal around what a low income subsidy program could look like, we need more time to actually do that work, to do the forecasts, and to understand from a financial lens what that would mean for our existing licensing revenue. And we plan to bring that back next year.
Okay, so that work is focused exclusively on the subsidy program. Because and that sounds like it's admin driven. We haven't provided a motion around that. Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate that. I think what stood out to me, well, there's two threads. I really appreciate this idea of looking at a low income subsidy, and I think that with some of our other programs as well, moving to a needs basis rather than, again, some seniors may have financial means, for example. But then I look at the fine side of things, and so the $250 fine for not cleaning up after your dog, I think about how that might impact a low-income senior, for example, and just wondering what analysis or reflection was done on that.
Yeah, the fines that we've assigned in the bylaw did consider the ability of folks to actually pay these fines. We did look at some of our other jurisdictional comparators, and we looked at where Edmonton currently stood. And when we started that process, we found that many of our fines were below those of other jurisdictions, and some of our fines were on par. What we've done in terms of the fines that have increased, because there are several fines that have increased quite significantly, most of those fines are actually around public safety concerns. And so they really consider the impacts of dog attacks that cause serious injuries, and dog attacks by vicious dogs. So we've really focused more with the larger fines on those matters that really do need a specific and general deterrence. The other fines, like the ones you mentioned, are in line with our comparators.
Yeah, and I just reflect on a very recent change we directed around, moving vehicles for road cleaning, which had been proposed by administration to be $250. We reduced that to $100 with a further opportunity for that to be a lower amount of people pay within the first week. And so just as a corporation, I think I'm feeling maybe and again, it makes sense in and of itself, but a $250 fine for not cleaning up after your dog versus a $100 or lesser fine for leaving your car in a way that impedes city services. Like, I'm not sure that those are comparable or in impact, I suppose. So any thoughts on opportunities to sort of reflect and refine those further?
Yeah, one thing I would point out is that typically when we get to the point of issuing a fine, especially for some of the offenses that you've alluded to, like failing to pick up dog defecation, it's not because it's the first time it's happened.
Okay.
We do have a 4 E's model, and we do use it all the time. And that is where we engage with people, we educate them, we encourage them to comply with the bylaw, i.e. pick up after your dog, and then go our separate ways. So we really don't issue those kinds of fines until all of those attempts to get voluntary compliance have failed. So I don't think it's a case where we're seeing people who've made one mistake once but are willing to, correct that, are suddenly running afoul of a hefty fine. It's really about repeated non-compliance and when people choose not to comply with the things we've asked them to do.
Great. Sorry, I'm over time, but I'll come back.
That's okay. It's just the three of us right now anyway, so Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just coming back to some of the questions that were being asked around pigeons. So I guess what I'm sort of realizing is we're obviously talking about animal care and control bylaw, but there's also an intersecting piece here in my mind with like business licensing and even just the land use itself. I'm wondering how that is being contemplated as part of that work. How are we accounting for those different factors?
Yeah, there are some intersections between some of the different pieces of legislation. For example, our work around things like pigeon coops dovetails with the zoning bylaw in terms of the size of the structure, when setback distances are required and when they're not. And so there is also an intersection between the zoning bylaw and the business licensing bylaw with the work that we do. Another example I could share that is explicitly addressed in the bylaw is to do with home-based businesses for boarding and breeding establishments. So one of the things this bylaw does is actually address a potential loophole that's crept in, where those sorts of businesses have no restriction on the total number of animals. And this is a gap that's grown up as the different legislations have changed. And our old bylaw, which is currently in effect, doesn't count those limits for those kinds of businesses. So we've closed that loop with this bylaw by assessing what that problem is and then putting language into this bylaw that prevents that.
Right, and so I'm just thinking of the example that was provided by one of the speakers. It sounds like, from my understanding, that the operation next door, raising and breeding a lot of pigeons for the purpose of racing, sale, that to me that sounds like a larger business operation than someone just having, a companion pet. And I guess that's the gap in my mind that I'm trying to bridge and trying to close. And I don't necessarily know if that's on the animal care control side or if that's on the business licensing side.
Yeah, you're quite right, Councillor. So in that particular case, since we had the discussion earlier today, we've done a little bit of digging in the background to find out what happened with that particular incident. And I can tell you that there are a number of things at play. One was that the complaint was received as a business license complaint. And so it didn't come to the animal care and control area. It went to a different area for investigation. And then also there was a complaint through the zoning bylaw about the setback distance for one of the structures that was built on the other property. So the commitment that I've made to our speaker today is that after today's meeting, I'm going to coordinate amongst some of those different areas that had involvement here to find out what do we need to do here to address this issue holistically, to make sure that we're not missing anything and we're aligning our efforts.
Great. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump to a different question. This one, feel like it's just kind of a scattershot of questions, but retractable leashes. I want to ask about retractable leashes. I know there's sort of the 2-meter leash length that's embedded into the bylaw. Oftentimes, well, there have been occasions where I've heard concerns about the use of retractable leashes, and I know that's been a point of consideration in other municipalities. How did we think about that? Were there concerns that came up? How did we account for those concerns?
Yeah, retractable leashes that go beyond 2 meters in length are offside of the bylaw. But we do look at a number of factors, and what we're most concerned about is care and control. What we're most concerned about is that when people walk their dogs, that in addition to having a leash that doesn't exceed that limit, that also they're able to control their animal and keep their dog under control. And that's oftentimes more important, because that also applies, of course, when people are using off-leash areas, where the size of the leash becomes irrelevant, but the ability to have good recall on your dog and actually exercise care and control is sometimes even more important than it is when you're in an area where the dog needs to be leashed.
Yeah, great. That's helpful. I'm not going to have time for you to answer my next one, so I'll come back.
That's okay. I still have a few rounds of questions. I'm going to jump to the question on bunnies. I just love all the puns today. Hop there, hop around. I know we didn't have a limit before on rabbits. We're proposing a limit of 4 now on rabbits. How did we come to that number? Because it seems weird to me that we have, and I feel like cats have sometimes been a bit more disruptive. We allow up to 6 cats, but we've suggested a significantly lower amount for rabbits.
Yeah, so rabbits and cats are quite different in terms of their behavior, their care needs, their feeding, and the space that they need to exercise in. So rabbits and cats have quite different needs. When we did our jurisdictional scan to understand how other municipalities had dealt with this issue, we found that Calgary doesn't have a limit. Lethbridge is at 2, Victoria at 4, Toronto at 4, and Vancouver is at 6. So we picked a number that we felt was fairly middle of the road. This is our first restriction that we've placed on rabbits. So we wanted it to be reasonable. We do have a couple of people working within our area that have pet rabbits. So they were also able to offer additional insight to what we heard during public engagement as well. And then one of our concerns in restricting rabbits is around the growth of feral domestic rabbit populations in and around Edmonton. We have in the past had populations that have died out because of hemorrhagic fever, a reportable disease. And we have another population we've received complaints about just as recently as last week.
Is it in Calder? It sure is.
Yes, it is. So, yeah, I guess you're crossing off every line on that bingo card today, Councillor. Yeah, it is. And so we do know that this is a real issue that is actually happening in Edmonton. Rabbits are escaping, and they're forming these feral domestic populations, which can present public health concerns, frankly. So we do feel the need to restrict rabbits, and we felt that 4 was a reasonable number based on what we were seeing other municipalities do and what we heard from public engagement and some folks we know who actually are rabbit owners.
Okay, and then does this, I guess we've added also within the new proposed bylaw around abandonment, a little bit more strengthening there. But if somebody releases, I'm going to stick with the rabbits, like the bunnies in Calder, they get released. You don't know the source of where those come. How do you do investigative work? Like, is there a way to even find out where those animals that were abandoned even came from?
Yeah, it would be very challenging. Without identification on the rabbits, such as a tattoo or a microchip or some other permanent form of identification, it is almost impossible to trace where they came from, unless, of course, we have witnesses who are willing to provide us with evidence.
So witness statements and stuff like that, then you can, okay. And there was another line of questioning, I just completely lost it, about rabbits. I'll come back to that one. One of the things that in another neighborhood, I heard a lot of concerns about some dogs that are roaming and causing a lot of community harm. Now, I understand that the bylaw, it comes into effect later, but I guess I just want to get clarity on behalf of the residents that I represent, that whether there's an attack or not, the new bylaw is going to add in mechanisms that if somebody's just allowing their dog to roam freely on city streets, we can have more authority than we do now.
Yes, we have authority now to actually seize that animal if it is at large and take custody of it. And that is also an offence under the bylaw, and those powers will continue in the new bylaw. Plus, we do, of course, have additional powers in the new bylaw when it comes to dog attacks as well.
Okay. So I guess what's changing there, because I'm hearing these dogs are constantly, and I'm just giving examples of what I'm hearing because I want to know how this in theory, this policy in theory works in practice, right? And are we actually addressing the issues that we're hearing from residents? That's why I'm asking this so specifically.
Yes, one example I can give of ways in which we're trying to expand the scope of the bylaw is previously we required 3 convictions of lesser offenses for a dog to become a nuisance dog. So what we've done now is we've reduced that from 3 to 2 convictions because we recognize that we want a lesser threshold so that we can actually deal with more animals that are causing these problems more effectively and more frequently. So that's on the nuisance side of things, which is the less serious offenses. For the more serious offenses, we have now additional fines and much higher fines for dog attacks. Yes. We've expanded the dog attack sections now so that we have 4 different charging sections, which gives us greater ability to levy higher fines. And then additionally, if an animal is deemed to be a vicious dog, we now have added additional conditions to that dog license requirement. The additional conditions include signage on the property. We've taken away the opportunity to chain that animal up outside on the property. We've removed that option. And we've also added a 2-point contact leash and harness setup for restricted dogs, which will give greater control. And of course, they are banned as well from off-leash areas.
Okay, I'm well over time. I apologize. It's fine. Councillor Stevenson.
No, I enjoy the committee vibes. It's great. Thank you. So I think another thread around the fees. So in my mind, we've had conversations in the past about the possibility of increasing fees to help fund the dogs in public spaces strategy. So helping to fund some of the off-leash parks and other initiatives under that strategy. So again, just wondering if that is being contemplated in terms of some of that review with the low-income subsidy. Because in my mind, I feel like we do have more room to increase fees if we are also implementing a robust subsidy program. So any thoughts on that?
Yes. So while we've suggested a modest increase to our license fees, we are pretty much at the top of the fee schedule for most of our comparison jurisdictions. Not in every case, but in most cases. Mm-hmm. And so given the current state of affordability for Edmontonians, we did bring forward what we felt was a reasonable increase over time with the $1 increase each year for 3 years. Now that will make some of our licenses more expensive than all of our comparison jurisdictions, while others are comparable. But it will also help us offset the incredibly significant increases we've seen in veterinary care, medical supplies, food, and other supplies that are essential to providing care to animals. Yeah. So we're trying to walk that difficult line between generating more income through what is essentially a user fee, and at the same time recognizing that we don't want to create an affordability barrier to Edmontonians licensing their pets. Yeah. So it is a very fine line to walk.
Yeah, and I absolutely take that, and I think I certainly have an appetite to be part of that conversation, I suppose, or at least have some public discussion about it. Because I've spoken to some dog owners who say, oh yeah, you charge me nothing for my license, charge me a bit more and we can do all these things. You know, there's, whereas as you say, others are on very fixed income, there could be significant barriers to that. So perhaps I'll just contemplate what a motion along those lines could look like. Because maybe just to Ms. Flaman, is any of this forming part of the broader fiscal gap work around revenue streams, maximizing revenue streams?
Yeah, the user fee conversation is encapsulated in that, and that's the tension, right? How much of these city services are we providing through tax levy, and how much are we providing through user fees?
Yeah. And so will this specifically be part of that review that's going ahead?
I'd have to check to see what that work plan looks like, but it's certainly within the realm.
Okay, and maybe just so I can make sure we're not duplicating work, or that, we're not creating a whole new report. If there's work that this can roll into, that would be great. And then I think, of course, related to all of this is the question of resources, because I recall one of the thoughts around increasing licensing fees is that then you'll just have higher non-compliance. And so the changes to the bylaw, and I think Councillor Salvador touched on it earlier, but this isn't coming with any accompanying increase in enforcement resources or anything like that?
No, it's not. At the end of 2022, Council approved a pretty significant increase to the number of FTEs for animal control operations. And since then, we've used those resources to establish proactive parks patrols every day, to establish a dedicated licensing team, and also to bolster the numbers of officers we have taking general duty calls for service. And that has been a very effective approach for us to date. The reason you'll see increases in things like kennel fees is where we're trying to recoup some of those specific user fees. And I mean, we've seen some absolutely crazy cost increases. I'll give you an example. For veterinary drugs, since 2019, they've gone up 257% in cost. Contract services for veterinary medical services have gone up 104% since 2019.
Interesting.
Materials and medical supplies, 156%. So I'll stop there, but as you can see, it's significant.
Well, and very last question, which I think I can fit in 10 seconds on behalf of Councillor Tang. The $15 fee for pigeon license, is that for each individual bird or to have up to 75?
No, it's for the license for all of the pigeons.
Thank you.
And one thing I should add, sorry if I could, I apologize, I know you're over time on that, is I have to correct an error I made earlier today. I misread my numbers and I gave you the number for bee licenses rather than the number for pigeon licenses, which is actually 86, not 16. So my apologies for that mistake.
That's right, so 86 pigeon licenses across the city.
Yes, and the complaints was accurate, 8 complaints.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just on the kennel fees, recognizing the cost escalation that we've seen just around, veterinary services and veterinary medicine, is there, I apologize if I missed this, is there incremental increases over time as well for the kennel fees baked in?
No, we haven't increased them over time at this point. What we've done is we've priced them to give us a little bit of flex in coming years. So right now we've increased, for example, dogs from $25 for the first day to $50 for the first day. That covers off some of our initial expenses, such as medical exams, shots for the animals, and other day one expenses. But we've also increased the ongoing cost for second and subsequent days from $15 to $25. Sorry, my glasses are getting in the way. For $35 for dogs.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about, so you jogged my memory, the 2022 FTE increase for sort of proactive patrols and operations. We also funded dogs in open spaces during the 4-year budget, right? Did we give a bit of a top up there? Or maybe I'm completely making that up.
I believe that we did, but I would have to pass that question on to our colleagues in city operations, where that budget resides, to be frank.
Okay, because I was just trying to remember, what was the intention behind that increase? Was that more on the education side around having like more programming in some of our off-leash parks? Because that's where I was going to go with my second question here, but is there
Councilor
anyone?
Salvador, it's Caitlin Zarbeski from Parks and Road Services up in the wings here. So in the last budget cycle, dogs and open space, which would be dogs off-leash parks, were given operating dollars in order to do things like dog bags, any of the fencing or any of the maintenance that would have needed to happen in those areas. Less so around the programming side, but more so working specifically to get those areas set up for dogs to be in those spaces.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks for the refresher. Where would that programming fit in, I guess? I'm just thinking about opportunities for education, like on-site at dog parks, where, we've noticed this trend of more behavioral issues on the dog side since COVID, maybe helping people recognize like body language and cues, things like that. Where is that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So last year we started a new program, which is a partnership between the city and the Edmonton Humane Society. It's called the Bark Smart program. And so last year was our first year. We've expanded the program this year to more parks. And what we're doing is we're having officers and the canine behaviorists from EHS actually visit parks and offer people tips and guides to how to recognize problematic behavior in dogs, so they can recognize when they're aggressive or when they should be concerned, and also how to be smart around their own body language around dogs, and some of the common problems with training mistakes that people make. And so we've expanded that program this year. We've also trained all of our staff on animal handling. We've developed a new program there that we're also offering to other organizations. Examples would be Canada Post and also the Alberta Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. We've worked with them to do some training for them as well. And so we have expanded our own knowledge of that, and we're using it to reach other groups, including the public at dog parks.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, last one really quickly here. I often hear concerns about off-leash areas that intersect with shared use pathways, where there are sort of mixing of modes, people walking, running, biking, and there's off-leash dogs. I guess that just remains a bit of a concern for me, and it consistently comes up. Anything that you can share on that front, and maybe how the bylaw may or may not influence safety in those areas?
Yeah, I think really the answer to that question is around education. And it's around shared use etiquette, something that our park rangers do when they're out in the parks. For example, doing checks on mountain bikers like myself, because I ride in an off-leash area in Gold Bar Park frequently. And so I have a bell on my bike and I make sure I use it to let people know when I'm coming. And that's an example of the kind of etiquette that we do through public education, predominantly with our ranger service, but also with our animal control officers as well. So really the answer to that, I think, is public education and making sure people understand that they're sharing a trail and they need to be respectful of other users.
Councillor Salvador, just to add, sorry, I appreciate that we're at time here.
Nope,
but
just go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. There is the Dogs and Open Space Strategy, which looks at how we plan and implement and have design recommendations for things such as where the boundaries are, environmental protection, winter considerations, proximity to shared use paths, playgrounds, open space. So there is a Dogs and Open Space Strategy that's being worked on with some recommendations specifically to help address those.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take another round. I remembered my question on rabbits, so I'm going to go hop back to that for a minute. So if we haven't had a limit and now we're putting a limit on, I know that if this gets 3 readings at council, we have a bit of a runway, but I don't want to also have people that have their beloved rabbits now have to go down to 4. So what considerations have been given around people with existing rabbits that are above that limit?
Yeah, we currently have an excess animal permit mechanism in the proposed bylaw that allows us to make exceptions to the maximum number of animals allowed in a residence. Predominantly, our anticipation is that that is a mechanism for people working with nonprofits in a foster scenario. However, if we have people who currently have an excess of 4 rabbits, we can use that mechanism to grandfather them in until such time as those rabbits are no longer with them. And then we would expect them to come into compliance with the limitations in the bylaw.
Yeah, they can't get another 3 rabbits if 3 pass, but I just wouldn't want them to have to feel like they have to choose between any of their beloved rabbits or end up at the Humane Society or anything like that, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a mechanism we're fully prepared to use around the rabbits.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, another question, I know we debated this extensively in June, but I still am really struggling as I've seen the bylaw written with the roaming owned cats. I don't understand why we don't just say cats have to stay on your property. Why are we allowing them to go on public property when we know cats can have an impact on biodiversity and other things? They can come into conflict with others. They don't know between public and private property, right? They don't distinguish those two. So I don't understand why it isn't cleaner to just say, if you own a cat, your cat has to stay on your property.
Yeah, it would certainly be cleaner, but I want to caution against the concept that it would dramatically change our experience of roaming cats overnight.
I don't know if it would change our experience, but wouldn't it allow for more of an ability to do that education so that when cats are not on somebody's private property, and then if they're brought into animal care and control, you can say, did you know you have to keep this on your own private property? And if they're repeat offenders, there can be some fining. Whereas if it's, the cat's just roaming and now they're on public property, it just seems like it adds a little bit of a loophole.
We do that now when owned cats come into the Animal Care and Control Center because they've been trapped on someone's private property without permission. Then that gives us our opportunity right now to educate the owner, to perhaps levy fines if it's appropriate in that scenario, and that will continue with the new bylaw. The roaming of cats has been treated quite differently in the city of Calgary, which gives us a good comparison to look at. And in Calgary, for many, many years, they've had a bylaw that prevents the roaming of cats. However, as recently as 2024, they deal with thousands of roaming cats every single year. Now, admittedly, less than we do, about half of what we do. However, it doesn't actually stop roaming cats from continuing to roam. Using a return to field and a TNR program to address cats that are out and about that are unowned allows us to have a humane way of dealing with those cats and reducing those populations. Owned cats that are allowed to roam, and our public engagement tells us that's approximately 22% of cat owners, according to what they're telling us. Owned cats that continue to roam can be trapped, and when they are trapped, we can lay charges against the owner, which is what Edmontonians told us in public engagement they wanted. So it's really the unowned cats.
But they can only be entrapped on private property.
That's correct. Yeah, we don't trap animals on public property. So as you can imagine, if we were to suddenly start trapping animals proactively on public property, that would be a massive undertaking, very expensive.
Yeah. I just think about, we just talked about our public spaces bylaw and clear is kind and making it more clear and cohesive that no matter where you are, this is sort of the problematic behavior. So if you own a cat, having them roam writ large around the city is not the ideal responsible pet ownership. And that would be the stance, but our bylaw doesn't say that.
Our bylaw doesn't, but that is the city's stance. So we recommend people to keep their cats indoors where they're safest.
Okay.
But we also recognize that regardless of whether we say that as our recommended approach, or whether we do like Calgary did and pass a bylaw that creates an offense for it, we're still going to see thousands of cats roaming. So we would rather put our time and energy into figuring out how can we actually reduce those populations humanely over time, and continue to educate people that own cats, that are allowing them outside, by giving them public education, warnings, and in some cases even tickets.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just going back and forth around the potential of having a motion. So maybe just to Ms. Flaman. So again, I have interest in doing some analysis on the feasibility of using pet licensing fees, and I suppose specifically dog licensing fees, to help fund the Dogs in Open Spaces strategy. Can you give me a sense of where that work is best nested and what approach we might take for that?
Yeah, for sure. You raise an interesting opportunity. I think some further context is that we have a structural budget variance already with our animal care and control. So we are already in a hole, and then we have insufficient dollars being generated through license and fines to even pay for what we've got, much less divert further dollars away from our core service. So that's, I think, the tension that we would have to sort out.
So I think I heard earlier that the funding we provided in 2022 has provided adequate FTEs and resources. And are you just saying that currently we're budgeting for more pet license revenue than we're collecting?
I'll refer that to John.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please, Councillor?
Just in terms of what the fiscal gap is specifically in your area, is there just a mismatch between what has been budgeted for pet licensing revenue and then what's actually received, or?
Yes, there's been a structural budget variance in place for at least a decade. Across North America, not just in Edmonton, we're seeing compliance with licensing laws change, and they're declining over time in most jurisdictions.
Yeah, and my memory was that, one of the rationales for the additional FTEs in 2022 was, as you say, they've got that proactive patrol, which would presumably catch more folks who aren't licensed. So are we seeing that impact in terms of number of people getting pet licenses?
Yes and no. What we saw in 2024 was, and that was our first full year. In 2023, we did hiring and training, and this team for licensing and the team for proactive parks patrols became fully operational at the end of 2023 and the beginning of 2024. So it's a little bit early to evaluate their work fully. However, I can say for the first time in many, many years, we actually saw a slight uptick in revenue for pet licensing. However, I'm being cautious about that because there are a number of factors that could have contributed to that, including the accrual of 2-year license revenue amounts. However, we also believe that our work has had a small impact in its first full year, and we think that is going to grow in subsequent years. When we started our proactive parks patrol, we didn't send officers out with ticket books and instructions to start ticketing every person they came across without a license. We actually sent people out to start educating people about their responsibilities as a pet owner. And this year we have now started to layer in other enforcement activities for that group, and we will continue that cumulative approach of turning up the enforcement activities over time so that we're being fair and we're giving people an opportunity for voluntary compliance.
Yeah. Okay, well, I did hear earlier that you are planning to come back with a report specifically around the low-income subsidy. And so perhaps the direction I think would be productive today would be to ask that scope of work be expanded to look more comprehensively at the fee schedule with the thought of funding dogs in public spaces. So I'll maybe just muddle through a bit of wording if you have another round of questions, and then come back.
Yep, and if it is a subsequent motion, I know because I'm contemplating a subsequent too, we would be more appropriate to do them after 3 readings of the bylaw at council. So if it is a subsequent, unless it's an amendment to the actual amounts.
I would just do it as a replacement. Oh, but we do have to direct it to go to council. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to absolutely, but we'll also just have to make sure we're at the right table for whichever motions we're putting on the floor. So any amendments to the bylaw that we want to make, we can do here, like fine amount changes, those kind of things. But if we want to do a subsequent, let's say 2 around pigeons and some of the bigger conversation we might need to have around that, I would be doing that at council post the 3 readings. Is that correct, clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
So it just depends what the intention is of your motion.
Yeah, and I think where I feel it's a bit different is it's more, even if we weren't making any amendments to the bylaw, I would be asking for this work to be done.
Okay, maybe draft it and then we can assess
See how
it
it
based on that.
Okay,
For
great.
sure. Any other questions? I ate up some of your time there.
No, I did think of one, but I'll come back because I forgot it. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm almost done with my questions, I promise. I guess the like again, and now even in the juxtaposition to pigeons being $15 for 75 pigeons, but bees being $50, it seems a little bit disproportionate. And I do worry about, like, we definitely, again, I'm thinking about this from an environmental lens. We want to support biodiversity, and we know our bees are really important, and people like, to do beekeeping. So can you walk me through why that amount for bees, and what is it supposed to help? Because I understand there's other costs with, the when somebody comes into animal care and control, you have to do veterinary services, and those costs are escalating. I don't see those same line of sight with the bees.
So with bees in particular, there is a need for good husbandry practices, which is reflected in the bylaw in terms of the training that's required people take. This is because bees can swarm and actually can pose a bit of a public safety risk if they're not kept appropriately and in accordance with good husbandry practices. In addition, we know we have had some discussion in the past around the potential for people with allergies to bee stings and how this can impact them if they're living in adjacent properties. So some of the regulations around bees include the need for training, the need for good hive maintenance, the location of hives, check in with neighbors to make sure that they are not suffering from any medical bee allergies. That is captured as a mechanism in the bylaw as well. And lastly, we also inspect these properties when the application comes in to make sure that they're going to be safe. They're not going to create a public safety concern. So there are a few considerations with bees that we have around making sure they're safe and that the bees are taken care of properly. Because as you can imagine, in our climate, it's very, very important that good husbandry practices be used.
Okay, and just on that line of thought then, so and this is a fascinating world that we are entering in. I don't envy community services and all of the bylaws that you have to deal with in this space. When somebody if somebody was in an adjacent property, has an allergy, do we say you cannot have a beehive? You cannot have a license? Does that, because the safety of that person and their ultimate, like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. We had some learnings through our pilot project on exactly this issue. When council last debated it, they felt it was important to have a mechanism in place to either revoke or not issue licenses in cases of medical bee allergies. We proceeded by way of an affidavit being a sufficient way for people to advise us of an allergy without being too invasive into their personal medical history. We found through that process that we didn't have a lot of appeals, but we had 3 that happened in 2021. Now, one of those appeals was from a local resident who felt that his neighbor's claim to having an allergy was not legitimate. And so we've had another look at that issue this time around, and what we've put into the bylaw now is that if somebody wishes us to deny the issuance of a license or revoke a license, they actually have to provide a medical professional's information about a medically diagnosed allergy. And then we would use that as a reason to either revoke or deny the license.
So fascinating. Anybody that's listening in August and not outside enjoying the sun, I hope you're having as much fun as we are, or I am. I can't speak for my colleagues. My last question is just on the fee or the fine amounts, the attachment, I believe attachment 4, and it's 7 17.1 and 17.2. So it talks about killing or injuring wildlife in a park, which is first of all very interesting. So you can kill a wildlife on your property, I guess, but I won't get into that. And then the second one is interfering with nest dens or eggs in a park. Why are those not the same fees? Like, wouldn't disrupting a nest or an egg?
Councillor Rutherford, Janet Afon with Legal Services. Those are under the Public Spaces bylaw and not the Animal Licensing bylaw, so we did not look into those as to make any recommendations.
Oh, because this is in the, okay, now I'm reading up there. I just was seeing the red line. Okay, so these are amendments that are in subsequent to us doing the three readings of the new animal care and control. These will be amendments to the Public Spaces bylaw.
That is correct.
Schedule. Okay, but since we're going to be making those amendments anyway, we could give you direction to change that amount.
If that is the direction from Council Committee.
Okay, I'll think about that, come back around. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. We referenced, or you referenced previously, sort of the 4E approach. And then did you have the number of fines that had been issued for not picking up after dogs? Again, just wondering how often this fine is applied.
Yes, I can have somebody look into that specific number, and if it's okay, I'd like to come back to it when we've got that number for you in a few minutes.
Perfect. No,
Thank you.
Yep, that's great. Then also, I happen to be sitting next to someone from Alberta Parks and Wildlife and understand that legislation had recently changed when it came to attracting wildlife. So even just leaving food out is now considered an offense under the provincial legislation. Just wondering if administration has done an analysis with this bylaw and with our public spaces bylaw to ensure alignment with those new regulations.
Councillor, no, I don't believe we've done any work recently on that issue. I think the last time we looked at that issue was back in February, when we came to committee to speak about the public spaces bylaw.
Yeah, with the feral cats.
Yeah, with feeding feral cats in public spaces. This bylaw concerns itself more with some exceptions, with what's taking place on private property, but also how people are actually in care and control of their pets on public property.
Okay, great. Well, I think if there is that ongoing sort of review and evergreening and just confirming alignment with the public spaces bylaw would be great. So then, sorry, I'm just going to see if we're muddling through. And so again, I understand that there's going to be an administrative report coming sometime next year around the low income subsidy program. So a motion that I will tentatively put out there, and we can massage the wording, would just be that as part of administration's report on pet license subsidy programs, administration analyze options for using pet license fees to fund the implementation of dogs in public spaces strategy. And the due date would just be whatever the timeline was anticipated for the other report. Put that wording up tentatively.
I will defer to the clerks for their opinion.
Right.
That to me does seem like a subsequent, but I don't know if we move the recommendation of approval of 3 readings, can that still be subsequent at committee?
It would depend on how much of this motion relies on the new bylaw being passed. It can still be a subsequent
Yeah, and I
to
apologize.
this item, absolutely.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that we do have a recommendation that has to be made here. So I will just make this as a subsequent after that. But happy to get some feedback on that wording while I have a minute left.
Okay, yes. So after the main motion is passed, then this would be in order to make a subsequent.
Perfect. Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, and just wondering if administration had any thoughts on that approach or that proposed wording?
I just repeating that sometimes the wording gives us what the proposed solution is, and that more revenue would then, that our first priority would be to funnel that revenue to that subsidizing program.
Sorry, I'm just going to interfere as the chair here and say, let's get a motion on the floor, and then as the mover, you can still ask questions to administration about it. I don't want, because.
But I can't, I won't move it now. We'll do
But
it
you'll,
just
yes, so
subsequent.
let's focus on the bylaw right now.
Sounds good.
Let's do that, and then when you have the wording, put it on, and then you can ask, we all can ask any questions of admin. I just don't want to I want to stay focused, so we can get this recommendation where it needs to go. Are you?
Perfect.
Okay. I had a chat, I don't know if there's any wording yet, I just have one, I guess to the clerk, I'd like to move the recommendation. However, I do want to make one amendment that would come forward with that bylaw to council, and that is around the authorities of the city manager to address to place conditions on pigeons.
So it would be in order to make an amendment first and then recommend
Okay, so
council
I
give
should-
three readings as amended.
Okay, so I would like to move a motion that allows the city manager to place conditions on existing pigeon licenses to address problematic nuisance issues, yes, I'm gonna leave it there. Do you have the wording? I think it's in a chat to you.
Just give me one second.
I don't know what section it is in the bylaw or anything to specifically reference. I'm just going off of the advice of administration of where. And while you're looking for the specifics to put it up, I'll just quickly introduce. This essentially allows us to have a bigger conversation about pigeons without having to bring the whole bylaw back. It will allow the city manager, the delegated authority, to make amendments based on that conversation. So it's just, we're going to be having a really comprehensive overhaul of the bylaw. This allows us to not come back again and have to do another 3 readings on this one specific issue. Okay, any questions on the motion on the floor? So we'll focus right now on the motion on the floor, which is an amendment to the bylaw. And Councillor Stevenson, you have a question?
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think this is a good way to move forward. Just want to confirm that we wouldn't be, I'm just worried about if a license has already been issued, does it need to be reapplied for every year? I'm just thinking if there's a license that's sort of in perpetuity, then this wouldn't necessarily help.
Right now, our license timeframes are 1 year and in some cases 2 years. We don't do longer license timeframes right now because it creates all sorts of problems with the integrity of data and the ability to connect with people.
Perfect. And so if there is a problematic pigeon license, at the latest, it would be probably a year, 2 years, then the city manager would be able to provide conditions. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a great motion. Thank you.
And Councillor, I do have an answer for you on your previous question, if now would be a good time for me to
Just
share that.
hold that, because I am saying we're focused on the motion on the floor. We will come back to general questions about the bylaw. Anyone to speak to the motion on the floor? I'll just quickly say thank you to again to the public speaker that came. My intention is to put this in now as an amendment, but I will plan to bring a subsequent at council, specifically related to a broader conversation around pigeons and the intersection with business licensing, land use, and animal care and control, and to report back to committee on that. So there's sort of 2 pieces that will be at play, but my intention is to do that other motion at council as a subsequent. So just wanted to say that. Please vote.
Chair Rutherford, we don't exactly have the wording for your amendment set at this time. The wording has to be very specific to how we are amending the bylaw. We understand that we are under section 35 going to add a new provision with regard to the city manager's authority. could you please restate the intent of your amendment?
Yeah, just let me look at the section. You said section 35?
Correct.
So, where this section, where is the city manager's authority delegation within here?
Councillor Rutherford, Janet Afonner with Legal Services. The city manager's authority is not specifically in that section, so what we're recommending, as per your motion, is to include it as a subsection to allow the city manager impose conditions, and that would typically come under
Perfect.
section 35, maybe a subsection 3.
Because it's specifically, section 35 specifically talking about pigeons.
Yes, so that's
Okay.
where it will go.
Okay. So to add, so that section 35 be amended to add .5 or
Subsection 5?
subsection 5 to allow the city manager, and I'll read the exact wording that was in the chat, the ability to place conditions on existing pigeon licenses that may cause problems or nuisance issues.
Just existing pigeon licenses.
Existing pigeon licenses. Thank you, everybody, for your patience as we Clerk, did that give you the clarity you need?
It might not be perfect, but I think we get it.
While I'm waiting for that, if there's no motion on the floor yet, we can stick to general questions then. So I think, John, please go ahead with that information for Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So in 2024, we issued a total of 7 tickets for failing to pick up dog defecation.
Thank you. Okay, and now I see the motion on the floor, so that section 35 be amended to add subsections 5 to allow the city manager to the ability to place conditions on existing pigeon licenses to reduce problematic issues. Any questions about that wording? We already kind of spoke to it, so we're going a little bit out of order. So I'm going to call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, and now I will move the recommendation as presented in the report that committee recommend to council 3 readings of the bylaw. Now I'm putting that on the floor. We're still at committee, so people can ask any questions if they still have any, but the recommendation will be on the floor as stated. Any further questions about this recommendation? Do we have to say as amended in that motion? That's a great question. Councillor Stevenson asked, without her mic on, if it needs to include as amended. The bylaw 21.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. The intent will be for administration to go away and make the amendment and bring it back to council. So then it would be that committee would recommend council give the appropriate readings.
Yeah, and there'll be an addendum because the agenda's already out.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, great question, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions? I still have one more question, and it's just around the resource intensity of the TNR program and sort of reliance. I know you said it's a community effort, but are we foreseeing any further funding requests related to the trap neuter release to actually live up to what we know would be successful in this bylaw?
At this point, it's really hard to say until we know what resources, what level of interest there is in the community and organizations in helping out with this work and combining resources. It's hard to know what that gap could look like. But clearly we need to do the legwork to sit down with the other organizations, find out what a coordinated approach could look like and what resources people have to bring to the table, including the city. But it's really hard for me to answer that question at this point in time. We need to do a lot more work and research with partners to understand that fully.
Okay, sounds good. And that was my last question, if you can believe it or not. I think this is the most rounds I've ever done, ever. Anyone to speak to the motion on the floor?
Councillor Rutherford, can I ask that City Clerk Griesbeck be allowed to speak? She's online.
Is it about the motion on the floor? Or is it about the further conversation we'll have about the other motion afterwards?
It's about process.
Okay, process related to the recommendation on the floor?
To the motion on the floor, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
So just to confirm, administration has already, or sorry, committee has just approved an amendment to the draft bylaw that's being presented. So once this motion goes up to council, we will draft the committee report so that council is able to consider giving it 3 readings with the recommended adjustment. So just to confirm, we're not referring this back to administration. Committee is giving clear instructions if this passes.
That is correct. That is my intention. Perfect, and I'll be prepared to speak to it at council too, as the chair of this committee. Okay. To speak? So the amendment will be in the report from committee and will be included. So when we do 3 readings, it will be incorporated unless somebody removes that. Okay, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. You know, there's lots of elements that I could speak to given the breadth of the discussion that we've had in the bylaw in front of us, but I just wanted to take some time to recognize the team that has led and carried out this renewal. I know it's been a long process, and I'm really optimistic about where we've landed and the update that's in front of us. I think the depth of engagement and the number of Edmontonians who took part in these conversations really show how important this topic is for our communities. And it's really clear to me that the input gathered throughout that process has helped shape what's before us today. I'm also reflecting on the bylaw being more than 20 years old and in need of some modernization that not only helps reflect today's changing conditions, but shifts in pet ownership as well. And again, what I see in front of us is a modernized bylaw that sets clear expectations for responsible pet ownership, but also centers animal welfare and enhances public safety as well. I think the backdrop to all of this is pets are deeply important to many Edmontonians and are important members of Edmonton families. People care deeply about animals both on the companion side and the wildlife side. And it's interesting to see how sometimes those two can intersect and overlap with one another, and that our approach to managing that overlap and intersection is really critical and helps support quality of life both for our urban ecosystems and our human ecosystems and city ecosystem. I really appreciate the focus on education when it's appropriate, paired with some expanded tools for enforcement when required, when public safety is at risk. I think that's a balanced and practical and really prudent approach. And it's heartening to hear about some of those additional educational opportunities that are on the horizon and that are being expanded to pair with the new bylaw. On the licensing side, absolutely support measures to keep things affordable for seniors, people who are receiving income assistance. I think the discounts and continued discounts for animals that are spayed and neutered in a household make a lot of sense, and I really appreciate that there's some degree of discretion that is embedded for further subsidies when needed and when appropriate. So I'll probably stop there. Like I said, there's lots that I could touch on in detail, but just my deep gratitude to the entire team for your ongoing work on this important file. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll be brief too, since I took so many rounds of questioning. Obviously, this is an issue that spans many of the neighborhoods and the residents that I deal with every day, and it's not just dogs, it's not just cats. It's, you know, people I hear from wanting to make sure we're protecting our biodiversity, people wanting to make sure that anybody's pets are not a nuisance to their quality of life, all of those things. And I think that this bylaw has done a lot of engagement and a lot of thoughtful processes. I think what I've learned as well over my tenure so far on council is the intersection with our bylaw and then the provincial legislation that also guides this work, the animal welfare, and then I believe the other one around the vicious dogs, or the I wrote the acts down, but I forget what they are now. Either way, so I think sometimes people see, you know, an issue and they want it solved immediately, and we do have limitations on that. But what I was wanted to make sure I reinforced today in the conversation is the thoughtfulness, how engagement was included, and how this will actually help make things better for Edmontonians on some of the issues we know are really pertinent to them. And I think this bylaw does get us there for sure. I really appreciate the modest increases. Given that we haven't really done increases in a long time, I understand the need for it with rising costs, but to be very mindful of affordability and the deterrence of even people getting licenses, I think it's a good balance and a thoughtful approach that was created in what was recommended here today. So thank you, and I also want to just also take a moment to thank everybody that spoke today and in June and engaged in the different public engagement sessions. And I especially want to thank all of the organizations and nonprofits and individuals that we know love animals and care for animals, and including the Humane Society that's here today, also located in the ward that I represent. And I've had the privilege to go and tour and get to know how much they care for and love the animals, and are always doing the best they can with the resources they have. I am a little bit apprehensive of the trap, neuter, and release in terms of the actual amount of capacity it will require to make it successful. So my ask to organizations and animal care and control and administration is, as this is implemented, so likely, you know, a year post the actual implementation of this bylaw, so in 2026, so 2027, we're looking at, is that been effective? We're actually assessing, are the resources realistic, and having that conversation. So it's not a conversation for today, but I do want to flag that I think whomever's at this table, it should be a conversation for future on the rollout and implementation of this bylaw. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, and now we'll go to Councillor Stevenson. If you have the wording, then we can decide if it's in order, if it's not in order. It sounds like it might be in order, but we can just, let's put it on the floor.
Great. So again, that would be that as part of administration's report on pet license subsidy programs, administration analyzed options for using pet license fees to fund the implementation of dogs in public spaces strategy. And the due date would be aligned with the expected timeline for that existing work. Just to briefly introduce this, for me, this would just be looking at seeing what opportunities there are for pet licenses to fund dogs in public spaces. I've heard an appetite from many dog owners to see this work move ahead, and they seem comfortable in making a financial contribution to that. I think as part of this analysis, and if there's maybe to clarify, when I say analyze options, one of those options could certainly be don't do this. This is a terrible idea for the following reasons. You know, I think weighing some of the risks as well in terms of compliance, you know, there's certainly a balance there. So the intent is not to suggest an outcome, but rather just to understand what the opportunities and potential drawbacks could be with that. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Any questions on this motion? Okay, anyone to speak? I'm going to speak, but I don't know if Councillor Salvador, nope, okay. So I'll speak to this. I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I know we have talked about this at many occasions, and it was discussed that we would look at the fees and there's a balance there. If there is additional pet licensing fees, to me, it should be going to a program like the Trap Neuter Release Program over dogs in open spaces. We have some major issues of concern that have been brought forward that to me would be priority. Not that we don't want great dog parks and open spaces. When I hear from Edmontonians daily about making sure we have the need to haves, not the nice to haves, I can't support this motion on the floor. Even if it is simply an exploration and bringing it back, because when I've done that in the past and it's come back, it ends up becoming more than it should. So I want to stop it before it even has to do the work and have it be a temptation for future council to want to do something fun and flashy like this instead of what we know is the work that needs to be done. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I will speak to this just briefly. Reflecting on what Councillor Rutherford has shared, I absolutely, share those concerns and really see that perspective. I guess for me, recognizing that this would come back as an option, I'm comfortable supporting this with the understanding that if this is not a good option to pursue and that there are higher priorities within this portfolio that should be prioritized over the dogs in public spaces strategy, and if there's urgent needs that need to be met, that would be brought to the fore, and that administration would have the ability to share that when this work comes back. So with that in mind, I will be supporting this, but look forward to a more robust report coming forward so that we can see what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think those are great considerations, and we're a bit past being able to amend the motion, but I hope administration has heard some of the intent, because I think absolutely those are worthwhile considerations. I understand there's maybe an administrative, if I could restate to say dogs in open spaces strategy. Yeah, and I appreciate the reflection. I think that the discussion of core services and the needs to have is really critical when we're looking at our taxes. In my thinking, other forms of revenue, including fees, is actually a space where it's reasonable to contemplate some of the nice to haves, because again, people are opting into that in a way that's different than our property taxes. That said, I think having a sense of where the gaps are, I think what I had understood today was that administration wasn't currently seeking additional resources to implement the bylaw and the ongoing work. But certainly if there are other higher priorities that would have bigger impact, look forward to hearing those come forward as options. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that has carried. And now we are finally done. I don't think there's anything else. Like I mentioned, I'll have a subsequent around the pigeons for council. I need to wordsmith it a little bit more and work on that one. But we can move on to item 7.3 then. Oh yeah, because we have quorum challenges, let's just, while we're switching over the delegation, let's call a quick 5-minute recess.
Thank you. We're recessed.
Councilor's here. Councilor Stevenson's here. Is Mayor Sohi, is he online? No? Okay. We do have quorum, so we will go ahead with item 7.3. Over to you, administration.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Caitlin Zarabeski. I am the branch manager of Parks and Road Services. With me today is Cheryl Faraday. She's the acting director of infrastructure maintenance, and Chantel Perzolo, the deputy chief director of complaints and investigations. And we also have a few others with us to answer any questions after the presentation. We're here to provide an update on the motion passed on May 12th, 2025 at Community and Public Services Committee. That administration provided a report outlining options and the budget implications for amending its snow and ice control procedures as developed based on City Policy C490K and the Sidewalk Maintenance Program. 2, prioritize city maintain sidewalks for snow clearing at priority 1 service level near areas of high importance to increase accessibility. Prioritize priority 3 bus stops to increase service levels to priority 2 service level near areas of high importance to increase accessibility. Increase snow and ice clearing enforcement for private frontage and flankage snow removal. And finally, prioritize repairs for sidewalks near areas of high importance to increase accessibility. Cheryl will now walk you through the rest of this presentation.
Thanks. Edmonton sidewalks are vital for transportation and movement year-round. Supporting their use improves air quality, activity, urban vibrancy, local businesses, while also fostering connections among residents. We've seen an increase in use and the inventory of sidewalks and bike lanes as our city has grown. The need for year-round mobility options has become clear. Sidewalk maintenance budget has not received new growth funding in a decade, and funding for snow and ice control has only seen minimal increases of incremental and one-time funding in recent years. Maintaining safe, accessible sidewalks year-round is a shared responsibility among residents and city teams, including snow and ice control, infrastructure maintenance, and bylaw enforcement. To enhance service levels and improve the overall resident experience, administration would need additional ongoing funding in order to expedite snow and ice removal, increase repairs, and enhance enforcement. This presentation offers options for updating snow and ice control procedures and sidewalk maintenance, utilizing a recommended high priority sidewalk index for locating optimal locations for effective and equitable impact. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about the high priority sidewalk index methodology that we've used to help us indicate the highest priority areas. Administration's goal for services is to be as impactful as possible and ensure high priority sidewalk locations are repaired and cleared to optimize accessibility. As some of you may recall, in 2022, a high priority sidewalk index was created for each sidewalk block in Edmonton, which combined 3 criteria to quantify accessibility priority. The 3 criteria are listed here in the slide. I'll just explain them in a little bit more detail, but you can see in the picture within the slide where the highest priority is indicated in red down to the lowest priority in the purple-blue based on the combination of these criteria. The first one is pedestrian volume. This is a measure for demand. A hybrid model was created by averaging the 2 pre- and post-pandemic years of pedestrian volume on sidewalks to represent current and future pedestrian trends. The second one was the consideration of important pedestrian destinations. Sidewalk demand was prioritized near schools, senior centers, high-frequency bus stops, and the city plan nodes and corridors, using a 120-meter buffer from these locations. This element helped define the demand and requirements for future growth. The third consideration in the development of this methodology is the Social Vulnerability Index, which considers 11 social need elements, including demographics and mobility needs, based on engagement and survey results. We developed this index through 3 phases of engagement, partnering with diverse community groups, including those representing seniors and people with disabilities, to gather feedback and data that directly shaped and improved our sidewalk maintenance strategy. This criteria helped define the need, bringing a GBA plus and equity-based approach in defining accessibility requirements. Administration aims to maximize the impact of services by prioritizing the repair and clearing of high-priority sidewalks for better accessibility. This high-priority sidewalk index was applied to service locations to identify where increased services could be for sidewalk maintenance and also active pathway snow removal for optimal accessibility. Next slide, thanks. This slide provides an overview of the current state of our active pathway snow removal and sidewalk repair programs. Sidewalk maintenance, the budget has had no new growth funding for a decade despite a 10% increase in inventory. The current budget funds responsive repairs only, while minor and major capital renewals address specific deficiencies and larger upgrades. Repairs are prioritized based on the repair type, severity, and safety, with a target repair time of up to 120 days. The limit of the 120-day response is primarily due to the limitations of the operating season only being between June and October for sidewalk repair. In snow and ice control, we've implemented a prioritized routing system to establish the levels of snow clearing services, which are developed with consideration for user accessibility to important locations within the program's serviced industry already, and is outlined also in the snow and ice control policy to support safe winter access in Edmonton. Snow and ice control focuses on public property and budgets 67 million annually, with 45% to active pathway snow removal and 55% for roadways. The city's snow and ice control responsibility on city sidewalks is provided by a combination of the city's active pathway removal program, as well as private owners with support from bylaw. While the city's sidewalk repairs and maintenance services the entire sidewalk inventory. Now I'll let Chantel speak briefly to the current state of the bylaw enforcement.
Thanks, Cheryl. Our municipal enforcement officers and seasonal snow and ice officers educate and enforce city bylaws. Approximately 32,000 property standard complaints are investigated each year, which includes snow and ice on sidewalks. Seasonal snow and ice officers are primarily responsible for winter parking ban enforcement. However, when no parking ban is in effect, they conduct proactive snow on sidewalk investigations. Resident-initiated snow and walk complaints are investigated by our municipal enforcement officers, who will also investigate nuisance on land, graffiti, business licensing, and zoning bylaw infractions year-round. Next slide, please.
Okay, now to some of the options that we've put together. The report outlines 4 options to enhance year-round accessibility, ranging from maintaining current practices, as outlined in option 1, with no changes to budget, versus progressive increases in service levels and associated costs for options 2 to 4. We recognize there's no funding identified for enhancements in the 2025 and 2026 budgets. Administration will proceed with option 1 highlighted in green there for the remainder of 2025 and into 2026, whereas options 2 to 4 would require a council decision in the upcoming budget cycle to implement. For option 1, what we can do is focus on a reprioritization within all of the existing priority service levels for snow and ice roads to target high social vulnerability areas earlier without increasing costs. That essentially means all of the current priority service levels will remain in place, but within those priorities, we can bring consideration to the higher social vulnerability areas within that first. The sidewalk maintenance would continue with responsive repairs, prioritizing safety, using its current budget, and enforcement services maintains its existing model. For option 2, what we would be able to do is elevate 385 bus stops and 113 kilometers of sidewalks from priority 2 to priority 1 snow removal, benefiting bus users in social vulnerability zones. In option 2 for sidewalk repair, we would be able to introduce a proactive repair of about 6.48 of the poor condition sidewalks in the highest priority safety, highest priority sidewalk safety index, those that contain a score of 10 to 12. This option would allow responsive 311 repair services to remain unaffected with the same 120-day time to repair. In option 2, enforcement capacity would increase 3 times for proactive snow on walk investigations and winter parking ban enforcement. For option 3, snow and ice would add an additional 104 kilometers of priority 1 snow removal on sidewalks and adding school zones on top of what was already spoken about in option 2. For sidewalk repair, we would add an additional 9.5 kilometers of poor condition repair to get a total of 16.06 of poor condition sidewalks repaired. Those will be ones that have a high priority sidewalk index score of 9 to 12. For bylaw in option 3, we'd be able to add reduced response times on citizen-initiated snow complaints and increases year-round bylaw complaint and response for nuisance, zoning, and business license bylaw investigations. That's on top of what was mentioned in option 2. And then the last option, option 4, what we'd be gaining from option 3 is an additional 589 kilometers of snow and ice removal on active pathways up to priority 1 and include all transit corridors. For sidewalk repair in this option, we'd be adding 29.5 kilometers of high priority repairs for a total of 45.5 of poor sidewalk conditions with a high priority sidewalk index score of 8 to 12. Given the interconnected nature and resourcing and coordinating of these services, interchanging of the elements of them would require further analysis. There's quite an interdependency on how we use our resources. So this is the high level options that we were able to present today.
Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation for today, and we're open to any questions from council or committee.
Thank you. And we do have some speakers on this item, so I will now invite those speakers down to spot 1 and spot 2 over here. We have Eric Estrada and Franklin Agbor. Did I say your name correctly, sir? Thank you for being with us here today in this beautiful mid-August afternoon. Please go ahead with your presentation. You don't have any slides, right? Just speak? Okay, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the committee. I want to begin my presentation by putting accessibility in context. I want you to remember that this morning when you woke up, you didn't have to worry about reaching for your wheelchair, cane, or walker. But that's the reality for many people. But also, at any given time, we are all at one accident or other unfortunate event away from being less able to use our extremities. Now imagine that on top of that today is the day that you have to go to an area of the city that you don't usually go. So the anxiety of thinking about what kind of obstacles will you have to navigate takes priority over finishing even your breakfast. You begin researching your expected pathways to mentally prepare. However, you're never ready for what can happen out there. We all already had to be carried around or pushed in a stroller. I am sure any of our moms can tell us of a time when they struggle or stop themselves from going outside to avoid encountering a city that is not accessible to everyone, especially in winter. If we're lucky enough to reach an older age, the likelihood of having to use mobility aids increases exponentially, and not having a city that allows for diversity of mobility options is council's responsibility. Today, you have the opportunity to set clear priorities for administration by funding and supporting an accessible city for all. How are we going to attract 2 million people if we cannot anticipate their mobility needs when they need it the most? Option 4 in this report is the most accessible path in front of you today. To begin the journey for accessibility for all. However, this is not the final solution, as council faces budget constraints and a runaway sprawl exponentially increases the need to maintain our infrastructure. Now, at Alberta Avenue Business Association, we provided discounted snow services to some of our members and non-for-profit agencies within our district. To our surprise, members were very grateful for those services to the point that we are now planning to expand those services for the next snow season with the goal of servicing the entire business improvement area in the future years. I will like to encourage you to review the fundamentals of how you direct administration to deliver the accessibility city for all. As we hear in the presentation, this is a shared responsibility. And looking into reviewing policy, C409K to read similar to the accessibility for people with disabilities policy C60A will make some progress. So that administration has a clear direction that collaboration with business improvement areas as council-created organizations to provide property maintenance to the areas that they look after is a sustainable and cost-effective approach to provide an accessible city for everybody. And we're very happy to have that support so far shown, but we also be looking into the future on how we share the cost of clearing our city together.
Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Great presentation. And it's Franklin. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Franklin. Most people know me with Diversity Magazine, sharing the untold stories in Edmonton and across Alberta. But today I'm going to be talking more about experience in Edmonton in a different way, especially in the winter, where most people like me who are enthusiasts and lifestyle enthusiasts who want to climb the 104 stairs, who want to climb the Royal Glenora stairs in -40, those who want to climb the Willow stairs or the Concordia University stairs in -30 and want to exercise and keep fit, and those others that I see running around or biking during that time want that flexibility to do that even in the winter, and of course attract other people to the city to experience that during winter. So the frequency has been good, but we think as a wonderful city, as somebody who loves Edmonton a lot, I think the frequency can be better. And I also think I'm going to lean towards option 4, like my friend Eric here, because budget increase will definitely help, but not just the runways or the sidewalk, but I'm also going to take it to the next level with the stairs that some of us use for our fitness, for our community well-being, for those using it for other purposes. We also add to that picture, which was not in the presentation from administration today. And of course, I think that will make Edmonton a better city, and we experience Edmonton in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. Are there any questions from committee to the speakers on this item? Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for your patience, for waiting around for this item, and appreciated both of your presentations. Maybe just to Speaker Estrada first, just wanted to get some further clarity around, near the end of your presentation, you talked about sort of reviewing the snow and ice policy itself. Can you just elaborate on that piece? Just wanted to understand what you were suggesting on that front. I think it was around collaboration with PIAs, maybe?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Business improvement areas are city-directed, created, or city council-created organizations, and part of our mandate is to maintain property within our districts. That's why we began offering those services to our members and some non-for-profits within our district. Now, as we look to expand that service, we come across that some of the spaces are being done directly by the city, which are the bus stops and some other public spaces. However, the frequency and even the cost could be better allocated if you do it through a different organization than the city. I understand the operation cost could be quite higher for a city. So partnering with organizations that have the mandate to provide those services could help lower the cost of providing an accessible city for everybody. So reflecting that through the policy could be a way to make it very clear that that's part of the options in the table, in addition to, of course, increase the budget, because you haven't done it in 10 years.
Great. Okay, that's helpful. So essentially, using Albert Avenue as sort of an example, there might be portions that are near bus stops, city responsibility, city maintained. But you're saying that if the BIA is already going in there and procuring snow clearing services, that there's just an opportunity for to avoid duplication, maybe. And some
Yeah, definitely. And we're already working on that. And I think administration is amenable to it, but I don't want to speak for them.
I'll follow up with questions of administration. Great. Thank you so much for the clarity. That's appreciated.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from committee or council to our members of the public that have joined us here today? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for waiting, for listening to all the animal care and control stuff as I saw you patiently waiting in the audience. And please stay for the rest of the conversation. We'll now turn it to questions of administration. So I'll ask my colleagues to sign up if you have questions. I selected this item, so I'll go first. I actually don't have a question per se. I just have a motion that I guess I'll put on the floor, and then we can still continue to have a broad conversation. But it'll kick off, so I'm going to move that.
Councillor Rutherford, we have an updated wording for you. One second.
Okay. So I will not do that. I'll go to questions of others, and then people will know that there's a motion coming around unfunded service package. So I will go to Mayor Sohi. Okay, Mayor Sohi, please go ahead. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No.
Sorry, Ashley Salvador. Please take your turn that I skipped.
It's okay. I think I was on from last time anyways. I don't know. I was trying to sign up, but I'll take it. So maybe just right off the bat to follow up on some of the comments and questions that were asked of Speaker Estrada. Wondering how we're bridging some of those areas where there might be overlap between BIAs procuring snow clearing services, but there might be bus stops that are that are right in the middle of those BIAs where the city is responsible. How are we embedding that collaborative approach into our process?
Yeah, so there's two parts to answer your question, Councillor Salvador. So the first one is any inventory that is found within the BIA footprint is the responsibility of either the frontage or the flankage of the private or the businesses in the area or the BIA. If there's bus stops that are found in that footprint, it would be the responsibility of the BIA in order to clear those. Anything that's found outside of that would be the city's responsibility. We do respond on a complaint basis, so we'll go in if something hasn't been cleared or there's an accessibility concern, we will go in and respond to those at those points. Secondary piece around how we work collaboratively with the BIAs. So we have a group that meets very regularly with BIAs, Alberta Ave being one of those, but all BIAs across the city, looking at what their priorities are, the services we provide in those areas, and how we can either enhance or do better with those services in a more collaborative way, where there are ways that we're finding that there's a redundancy or overlap, and making sure we're not tripping over each other with the services we're providing, and then we're doing it in the most optimal way possible.
Okay, that's really reassuring. And I guess from a formalized kind of policy perspective, in my mind, I don't think it would necessarily be embedded at a policy level, but at a procedures level. That's where that collaboration would take place.
The collaboration would be more at an administrative level,
Yeah.
yes, but the responsibility of who clears what is rooted in the bylaw.
Right. Okay. I think that's helpful and makes sense to me. I want to just zoom out for a second here, because while I was reading these reports, which were excellent and I think very responsive to the motion that was made, I'm really stuck on the growth in our inventory with a static budget. And I think that speaks to just a larger challenge that we're experiencing right now, where we are seeing rapid inventory growth, not only on the snow and ice side and sort of sidewalk side, but our linear kilometers of roadways and the number of horticultural beds that get added. This seems like an incremental kind of almost stopgap type approach. When do we get to have a conversation about matching resources with inventory growth? And where is council's line of sight to that inventory growth when our assets are accumulating?
So I can start with this. This is a topic that we were just talking about this morning at ELT about growth of inventory. So this report focuses on snow clearing, sidewalks, pathways, bylaw enforcement, and really the options in front of you are, no change, and we can reprioritize within a priority. But really, this is one asset when really we've got many to look after. So there is a handful of projects underway to address a host of different issues, but the one that your question touches on is specific about total cost of ownership. So we were just talking about that at ELT in terms of like how we sponsor and support this. Really where you'll see it is the fruits of that labor will be showing up in the 4-year budget, so the 27 to 30. And it'll really be how do we ensure, like the one line I'm saying is how do we ensure that all growth, operating impacts of capital are considered. So really there's a few different options that you can take away from that is you can either fund it proportionally and continue to have that same service level, or we can show transparently and deliberately make the decision that we're going to dilute service levels in order to not have any additional funding required, or if there is no funding source, or to keep tax levy low. So this is a project underway. We've been talking about it regularly, and largely it isn't because it's back of house in terms of like how do we organize and plan and prioritize our work. There isn't a council discussion plan, but it will be embedded into the 4-year budget cycle. So all assets have that consideration for OICs when our city is growing.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And I think the total cost of ownership has been mentioned. I think it came up at Infrastructure Committee as well, and it's something I'm deeply, deeply interested in. I'm also, I guess, struggling a bit because totally appreciate it's happening on an administrative level and that it would inform and be part of our 4-year budget debate. I have a desire to almost preempt that a little bit just so that information can be out there around what those trade-offs may look like in advance of some of those larger conversations. And I'm totally running out of time, so I'll come back. Please go ahead and finish your answer.
I'm just thinking like how we could go about doing that. And maybe we could take that offline or a different line of questioning in terms of like, could that be a memo to say this is where we're at in this project, or is that, I guess we could talk about.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, please go ahead with your turn now.
Thank you. I have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll start with, I know there's nobody here from urban planning and economy, but as we see our inventory continue to grow, what is the conversation at substantial completion table about future growth in the conversation around south of 41st Avenue, initiation of the area structure plans? Because if we don't tackle the backlog of services, there has to be a conversation about how do we figure it out in the future as inventory grows.
Yeah, it's a great question, Mayor Sohi. So there's two components to operating impacts of capital. So you have contributed assets, which is your growth piece, which 41st Avenue, et cetera. We're working closely with our UPE partners on what that would look like. What does that servicing, what's the requirement for servicing, what would the cost of that be in today, but also projecting that for 20, 25 years down the road of when that area would be developed.
So when that report comes to council or committee, or even the substantial completion work that is initiated, that comes to committee and council, would there be enough information to inform the decisions around whether to go ahead for future growth into suburban communities, or how do we manage that, and who pays for what?
Yeah, so that's part of the IIMPs that are done in those areas. They have the growth area growth plans that are being, the AMPs that are being done for those. Incorporated in there would be operating impacts. So what that would be to operate, maintain, based on the basic amount of services based on today's design and construction standards, what would be in those areas. So yes. On the substantial completion piece, that's more of an IIS side, so that would be your various checkpoints, checkpoint 1 through to checkpoint 5, and there's considerations at different design stages for incorporation of what that would be for the operating.
Well, I see them kind of tied in a way that
similar.
if we still have communities that are not completed to a level, that before we start future communities, and what I think understand, what I want to understand is there integration of different folks from the city that are having that holistic approach for the future management of the growth and how we provide services.
So the total cost of ownership project is intended to holistically address that across the city, but in today's state, outside of that project, we are having those conversations with our partners in UP as well as IAS.
Okay, got it. The other line of question is in the 2024-25 snow season, do you have any data around 311 calls? Where were some of the calls came from? I mean, which area we saw the most concerns about? I understand the overall volume declined about complaints through 311, but I want to understand where, if we were getting calls, which area were people concerned about?
So in our previous review for our updated accessibility policy, we did do an analysis on 311s, and primarily the 311s that had an accessibility concern. And for all of the cities, snow on walk complaint was in the top 6 of quantity, as well as sidewalk repairs. For the term of 2020 to 2023, we had a total of almost 2,000 complaints for sidewalk repairs, and about the same for snow removal.
Oh, I see, and that's on sidewalks, but have we seen decline in calls on the roadway clearing compared to, say, active modes of transportation or sidewalks or
Yeah, we have
pathways?
Valerie Dasick here, who's General Supervisor of Infrastructure Operations. I'll turn it over to her to provide a response. She's up on the top corners there.
Thanks, Caitlin. So last year we received a decline for roadways specifically, although we did get just over 10,000 311s for roadways and just under 5,000 for active pathways, but this is a decrease from last year.
Okay, I
last
see.
season, yeah.
On the roadways or both sides?
Both sides.
Okay,
it's a
got
slight
it.
decrease, yeah.
Okay. What would be the contributing factors for that decline?
The transparency of our service levels, so the communication on our service levels,
Okay.
and then as well as the completion to service levels by city crews, so hitting
Oh.
and communicating. Yeah.
So we were meeting standards
Correct, yes.
to the level, to better, we were meeting standards more frequently than we have in the West.
I think to add to that, Mayor Sohi, as well as we had more snow and precipitation last winter as well, was freeze-thaw cycles. So we had more occurrences of snow events, but we had a decline in the number of complaints. So not only did we have more demand for that service, we had a decrease in the complaints related to that demand.
Got it, okay. And that's the result of some of the additional budget allocated?
That's correct, yeah. Some of the reallocation is specifically around the bus stop and the active pathways.
Okay, I do have questions on the budget allocation. Maybe I'll stop here because I may not get the answer in 40 seconds. So I'll come back next one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this picks up on some of the line of questioning, and really appreciate this report. Lots of great information. I'm wondering what the context I feel I'm missing that we've seen in other reports is, where we used to be in a funding ratio, whether that was funding per, asset, per capita, how that dropped, and then what sort of coming back up to that level looks like. I think we had really clear information about that with just some graphics. Because I think what I'm struggling with is, even if we looked at option 4, for example, is that back up to a standard that we were previously at? Is that a new and enhanced service? How do we kind of contextualize that in terms of where we have been in the past before this erosion started?
Are you speaking, Councillor Stevenson, about all facets of it? So snow clearing as well as sidewalk repair and enforcement?
A little bit,
Okay.
yeah.
Or just about one specific area?
Yeah, I guess it's the whole package, because I think what I'm struggling is, it's clear that we need more, it's clear that we haven't kept up, but I'm not clear where we're breaking even, where we're getting, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so the snow and ice budget was funded only to 20% of the ask back in the last budget cycle. So that we have a pretty good idea of where that would need to be in terms of the investment to be what would be that optimal service level across all types of assets, roadways, active pathways, et cetera. And part of that included enforcement resources for those pieces. On the sidewalk repair side of things is because we've had no incremental growth in budget proportionate to the inventory growth, we can probably extrapolate that, 10 years ago was our optimal resourcing level or budget level, and since then that gap has significantly grown. So we can follow up with you on what that is from a percentage standpoint. However, with that lack of budgetary growth to inventory, the gap continues, and we will always continue to have what I would say backlog repairs that we just can't get to based on the resourcing we have.
Yeah, and I think that for me is just understanding, again, so if we, not that I'm proposing it, but let's say we got to option 4, we somehow found the funding for that. Are we good or are we still behind? I think that's just the piece I'm not quite understanding. Like, is 4 optimum service level, or is 4 just the most you think we can hope for at this point?
I would say that we were trying to be considerate of where the city is at financially, also taking into consideration the structural budget variances that we do have, and providing options that would allow for, a very impactful enhancement. That option 4 would not be what we would optimally need for all of those services.
Okay, that's...
however, we tried to be a little bit more thoughtful in the implementation.
Absolutely, and I don't intend any critique by it. I think they're realistic options, but it just helps me understand sort of, again, the depth of that gap, and I think that helps contextualize the urgency of at least some level of investment. I did want to loop back on enforcement. That is something I hear a very strong need for. And I'm just a bit, so I'm understanding from the presentation that the operating budget for enforcement is 7.2 million. And then the options talk about sort of tripling the enforcement capacity, but it's not $21 million. Like, I'm just trying to understand the 7.2 million that we're currently spending and how we triple that with a much lower investment.
Yeah, and I think the tripling amount refers to the amount of proactive enforcement we could do. So currently we have 5 temporary seasonal staff that do snow and walk enforcement when there's no parking ban. And so if we were to increase that by 15, we could anticipate that those numbers would increase. I think last year we did about 2,500 investigations, so we could anticipate about 7,500 proactive with 15 seasonal staff.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then, but then how, so if we only have the 5 temporary staff right now, like, where is that 7.2 million going?
So the 7.2 million is for the entire municipal enforcement program. So it includes our general enforcement officers who do the nuisance on land, our problem property team, as well as our support staff for that group.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand. Maybe just I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you, and we are at time for our 15-minute recess. So we will stop here and take 15 minutes and come back at 3:45. Perfect. And I will just do a quick roll call. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi.
Hello.
And all other colleagues joining us online. I will take my round now. So I'm really debating between I'm definitely considering putting a motion for an unfunded package to be brought forward at the fall supplemental budget adjustment for both the capital and the operating costs. I understand the question from Councillor Stevenson around what's actually optimal. It's one of the reasons that I struggle to support the bike plan acceleration, because we're adding more inventory when we haven't even, right? I get it. Which of these options best addresses accessibility? And I know maybe it is going to be option 4 anyway, right? It's the one that's probably the most, but I guess which one has the least financial implications and the most benefit? Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 2? Is that a hard question?
That's a tough question, Councillor. I would say if you want to talk about the highest impact from an accessibility perspective, it is option 4. That gives you the largest amount of inventory for sidewalks. It also gives you the largest amount of support on a permanent basis from an enforcement perspective. It also allows for a substantial increase in the amount of sidewalk repairs that are being done. With that said, though, it does come with a higher price tag. So for us, it was looking at more of the moderate changes. Option 3 also has a large impact, more than it does today, with a smaller price tag that's associated to it.
Yeah, I think to the clerk will ask my next line of question. Can we amend the draft one that we were working on for option 3 instead of option 2?
We'll get that started.
And then I wanted to pick up on a line of questioning from Councillor Salvador, because I understand that there was a motion at Infrastructure Committee, but one of the things that I really see clear as day is when it's not so much the operating impacts of capital in our own budgets. I think that is actually quite clearly outlined. When we add a new fire hall, this is the operating costs that come with it, and so on and so forth. Where I think we're losing track is when we add the inventory from other sources. So let's say new neighborhoods, and then the developer contributions, and then those contributions are eventually added to our inventory. And some of those include enhancements. So I think about brick sidewalks, right? We're talking about, but brick crosswalks. We have I think, Mr. McEwen, we have 2 people that do brick lane in our.
There's 2 crews. Yeah.
Oh, 2 crews, but right, so if we keep adding more brick crosswalks and we don't have more brick crews, so to me it's not just about the linear hard numbers of those. It's also, there's a nuance there around the quality and the cost of the maintenance of the enhanced inventory we've been adding.
There's a few different projects that all kind of intersect. So to the mayor's question around the cost of new neighborhoods, Kent Snyder was just going to each department talking about FIG, the financial impacts of growth, which is kind of looking at the financial impact of a new neighborhood. So that's the furthest out, highest level. TCO kind of looks at onboarding assets and making sure that once it's handed over, we've considered operating impacts. But what you're looking at as well is also the design and what are we building? Does this make sense? Is it maintainable? And
But how are we considering the operating impacts if we have added inventory without any subsequent increase in the operating budget? How is that even possible? You're accepting it into the inventory, but there's no subsequent money that is coming.
And that's happening a lot on a lot of our assets. So that's what we're seeing as TCO being able to address. How do we make sure that every new piece of added inventory considers operating impacts, which right now there's assets that don't, both from developer contributed, but also but built inside as well. So that's what we're looking to address with this project, and how do we make sure that is incorporated in all budget adjustments, but the largest impact I think council will see is at the 4-year budget cycle.
Okay, So I'm gonna move that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2025 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment to implement option 3, moderate changes to cost and service levels, 1.43 million capital one-time and 8.07 million operating ongoing, as outlined in attachment 5 of the August 14th, 2025 Community Services Report, CO03079, including an unfunded capital profile to be presented to at the 2025 supplemental capital budget adjustment. And I will leave it there. Committee members I don't have any introductions. I think if we've all read the report, so it's just an intention to debate that at the right and appropriate spot. But if anybody has questions about the motion on the floor or the report writ large, we can still just, we're at committee, we can feel free to ask any questions about anything. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and really appreciate the motion that's been put on the floor. Just have a few more general questions. So first, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. So when I'm looking at attachment 5, and each of the options speak to sidewalk maintenance, like I'm looking at option 4 right now. When it talks about this would enable a strategic repair of nearly 4.5% of the outstanding sidewalks in C, D, and F condition, I guess, is that each year? Is that over a number of years? What does that scope and time horizon look like?
Yeah, so that's annually, Councillor. And to be clear, and I'll turn it over to Cheryl to speak through how they would do that, is every single year they would consider, is there capital happening in that area? What's the demand, the PED data? And then they would shift proportionally within the inventories that fall within a certain condition rating of the asset. Cheryl, I don't know if you had anything.
Yeah, it would shift annually, and I think the key thing to highlight is this is the opportunity to do proactive repairs where it's needed most, where we would still continue doing the responsive 311 repairs as they come in. I think also it's worth noting that for those repairs, it's going to be, I think that's probably about it.
Okay, and Option 3 gets us to the proactive repairs as well, correct?
Option 2, 3, and 4 would all have the proactive repairs, and it would see a crew or a resource that would be dedicated to that proactiveness.
Right.
And I think for context, Councillor, as well, that we only have 5 sidewalk crews citywide. So this would be a net new resource addition in order to be able to address those accessible areas of high importance, both identified through PED data, social vulnerability, as well as from areas of high importance.
Just to add to that, sorry, the reason why we think that this is required annually ongoing is because we're anticipating the census data changing for the social vulnerability indices, the pedestrian traffic changing, and the capital renewal projects changing. That may refocus the need to other areas, and that's something as part of this that we would be watching.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then shifting, if we go with option kind of two or above, shifting to more proactive repairs, what do we anticipate that would do to some of the duration of time that people are waiting when it is more of the 311 request side of things? Does that help with that backlog? Will there be, I'm trying to think, what's the noticeable impact on the ground in terms of responsiveness?
Yeah, it's a great question. So across the city, not specifically within these high importance locations, we have about 120 days to repair a sidewalk. So that would, from the time that we receive the complaint to when we repair it, we're also bookended by the seasonality of it. We only have a certain window to be able to do certain interventions. So by allowing more dedicated proactive repairs in specific spaces, you would have a higher response time, but you would also allow alleviation of pressure of that specific quantity of sidewalk for other crews to be able to prioritize other areas of the city, specifically within those 5 crews that remain.
Do we have an estimate of what we would see for like an option 3?
I can get that back to you.
Yeah. Okay. That would just be good to know. I think that was it on that line of questioning. I think I know the answer to this, but have we ever had any sort of more formulaic approach to sidewalk repair based on the amount of inventory that we are adding?
Could you say that question one more time?
Have we had a more formulaic approach to keeping pace with sidewalk maintenance as we continue to add inventory. Have we ever had anything like that in the past?
Not a formula base, but we did in the last budget cycle bring forward a historical OIC that ultimately was not funded, which would have got us caught up a little bit more than we already have. We've also experienced some budgetary pressures that have come forward as a part of initiatives such as OB12, subservice reductions, et cetera, that have also broadened that gap.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the motion looks great. Just a few other clarifications. Are we doing some work right now? You know, one of the tensions I see is that, you know, when arterial roads are cleared, it can create, well, I guess actually the windrows get cleared. I'm just wondering if there's a conflict for when we ourselves create challenges to access bus stops through windrows and what provisions there are to address that.
Yeah, so we do have windrow free zones. Say that 5 times fast, but we do have those of which that we are considerate of that. But I'll turn it over to Val to talk about the considerations they have with those priority areas and making sure that we're not conflicting our services there.
Great.
Thanks, Caitlin. So with bus stops, because they're a highly manually cleared type of inventory, crews are just generally slower getting to them. So we do try and organize the inventory so that the roadways that parallel bus stops that happen sooner, we try to get our crews there quicker. This is entirely an internal process, and it's not perfect by any means, but just because of the manual nature, that is our only way of mitigating that. This report speaks to a plan that we could bring some priority forward for some of the bus stops to get crews there sooner before perhaps a priority 2 type inventory. So this would be an ultimate solution for that for the accessibility areas.
Okay, appreciate that. And then, just because it's the theme of the day for me, just wanted to talk about the what I think is $100 fine for not clearing sidewalks. And again, just in context, we were just talking earlier this morning about the $250 fine for not cleaning up after our pets. Again, I'm struggling to sort of see the consistent logic in public interest, because for me, an uncleared sidewalk is actually a pretty significant public impact in terms of accessibility and safety. So any thoughts on that fine amount? And I'm thinking, of course, of BIAs like Alberta Avenue that are doing that work, but others who don't seem to be being penalized, I guess.
Yeah, with our snow on sidewalk enforcement, like last year we had investigated just under 13,000 complaints. Almost 90% of those were compliant. So we, issue notices, we issue door hanger reminders, and for the most part, the public do clear their sidewalks. It's really just that small percentage that fail to comply, and then they are issued the $100 fine, along with the cost of removal for that work.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering about, again, in higher density areas, particularly around downtown or Quintwin, these are buildings that can have upwards of 50 units, and so $100 fine, the condo manager just pays it, and no one's the wiser. It's not really a strong incentive. So I'm just wondering if there's been consideration of escalating fines, of higher fines, or even just a different fine structure in priority areas.
We haven't explored that, but I think it's something that we can take back and look at what other municipalities are doing and what our options might be.
Okay, that's great. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I think those were all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. I want to ask questions around the overall allocation of the budget. We have $67 million in the SNCC program, and I noticed that almost 45% goes toward active mode that includes sidewalks, includes bike lanes, includes bus stops. Then we have 12,000 kilometers of roadway infrastructure, and that's about 55% of the budget. Just want to understand the allocation formula that you have
Yeah, I'll start and I'll turn it over to Val to get into some of the more details of it, Mayor. But the allocation is based on the size, complexity, and the expense of it. So roadway clearing is larger equipment, it's more expensive to clear, whereas active pathways or APR clearing, smaller amount of inventory, but it takes more time and more manual intervention on it. So with the larger pieces of equipment, the larger mechanical means of repairing, or of clearing, sorry, pardon me, it takes a larger portion of the overall budget. Whereas the active pathways component of it does take a little bit more time, costs a little bit less because the equipment's smaller, but you do have more people who are doing it. I'll turn it over to
So
Val.
operationally is more expensive or more human intensive, labor intensive on the active modes of transportation,
Correct.
bus stops and sidewalks. So you have actually people with shovels in the case of bus stops.
That's correct. Yeah,
Is
or
that the
or
reason
smaller
that,
pieces of
because the inventory is smaller than roadway
That's
inventory.
correct.
So that's the reason that,
Yep, and I can turn it over to Val to add some more
Okay.
details to that.
Just for some details, we have several different types of inventory, so the cost is dependent on the type of inventory. For example, cleaning a bike lane is going to be cheaper than cleaning a bus stop, simply for the fact that you said that people have to manually go out and shovel a bus stop where you can drive a piece of equipment on a bike lane. So for the active modes cost, it really depends on what type of inventory you're talking about. But as an overall, anything that is manually cleared takes longer, will cost more overall just because of the time requirements.
and the active mode includes not just bike lanes, includes bus stops, includes public sidewalks.
Yeah, bike lanes, facilities, bridges, LRT platforms,
All
parking
those,
lots,
okay.
hand
Got it.
removal, stair,
Got
all
it.
that kind of
Okay,
stuff.
okay. Now, thank you for that clarity. On option 3, between option 3 and 4, option 3, the enforcement aspect, enforcement increase is the same, right, under both options? $1.6 million,
Correct, option 3 and 4 are the
right?
same. Yep.
And how much additional we will get, say, clearing bus stops under option 4 compared to option 3?
So the bus stops in option 3 and in option 4 are still that 385 number.
Okay.
The difference between 3 and 4 for the snow and ice clearing is the addition of the transit corridors. So more sidewalks would be included in that priority 1 level.
So transit corridor, that's,
So generally, the sidewalks that run along main arterials that connect bus stops is what
Okay.
a transit
so it's
corridor.
not just the bus stop itself,
Correct.
it's the public sidewalks that connect to the bus stops.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that's the enhanced
It's the
under
connection.
option 4.
Yes,
right?
correct.
And how about the maintenance of sidewalks? Is it the same under option 3 and 4 or different?
No, there's an incremental increase from option 3 to 4 where we're considering all of the sidewalks that have a high priority sidewalk index of 8 to 12 in option 4, which exponentially increases the inventory that we'd be focusing on compared to option 3, which is only the ones in 9 to 12. So in option 3, it's about 1.6% of our sidewalk inventory that we'd be prioritizing, whereas in option 4, it's about 4.5%.
4.5% of what?
The city's sidewalk inventory
The total. You still be only getting to 4.5% of the,
for repair, yeah. But it is the poorest condition, highest priority repairs. It's just in option 4, we're considering a wider range of priority.
okay. So that is the main difference, other than the corridors, public sidewalks leading up to the transit centers.
That's correct. So there's additional inventory within the snow and ice clearing, which includes the transit corridors, and then there's an additional increase in the inventory that's going to be repaired within the sidewalk maintenance, and then the enforcement resources would stay the same.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just wanted to check in to see if we got an answer around what would happen with option 3 to the timelines for sidewalk maintenance repairs.
We're still pulling
Okay.
on that. So yeah,
Okay.
If I can't get by the end of
Offline
this,
is also
I'll
good.
follow up
Yeah,
offline.
Perfect. And
Thank you.
then just wanted to close the loop around willingness and ability to do a memo for total cost of ownership, recognizing that work is happening administratively. Would just love to be able to have a bit of set of eyes on that on council's side, because I'm very interested in it.
Yeah, this is one that I'm the executive sponsor for. Our SIP branch is leading the work. So happy to commit to a memo on this as a starting point, and be able to see, how council will be able to better, I guess, see some of the fruits of this labor in the 4-year budget cycle, but we'll be able to articulate this is the work and the identify, like the problem and what we're going about to solve it.
Okay, and I would just appreciate some wording on that one. I do intend to make that as a subsequent, just to be crystal clear, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We are done with questions on this item.
Councillor Rutherford, I do have an answer to Councillor Salvador's question. Sorry to derail you.
I will ask if you have have an answer to Councillor Salvador.
I have an answer to Councillor Salvador.
Please.
It's not as warm and fuzzy as rabbits or anything like that, but I'm at least happy to talk about sidewalks. So, so Councillor Salvador, to specifically ask your question, we would see probably the response time citywide stay the same. And that sounds tricky, but it's because that within those accessibility areas and those social vulnerability areas, they are our largest area that has the least amount of 311 complaints. So our areas outside of the high importance locations and social vulnerability with higher social vulnerability indexes typically do not report through 311. We have other areas who are on other parts of the city with maybe a lower SVI score who are more frequent in responding. So the whole idea of the social vulnerability index is to provide equitable service across those areas, and some of those may be potentially underrepresented based on the frequency of reporting. I'm done now.
Thank you. That was a great answer to my question. Perfect. And any other questions on either the amendment on the floor, not the amendment, the motion on the floor, geez, the motion on the floor or the report? If not, we can go to speaking to the motion. Does anybody would like to speak to this? Not seeing anybody? Councillor Salvador? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just briefly speak to this one, and wanted to appreciate the work that's been done to provide us with these options today, and thanks to Councillor Rutherford for putting this unfunded service package on the floor. Very supportive of this advancing forward so that we can have a fulsome conversation about how to close some of these gaps. I think we heard from both of our speakers today, on the ground, just how important accessibility is in our communities, and we know that we're trying to create a city where everyone can safely and conveniently get around in ways that work for them, and deeply appreciate that this work is being backdropped on the Social Vulnerability Index to make sure that, folks who are in my experience, sometimes typically left out of these conversations or are not the ones that are frequently reporting to 311 can have service levels that meet their needs, and provide greater access to things like public transit that many folks rely on as their primary means to get around our city. I'm also thinking about the larger conversation that needs to be had around the addition of assets to our inventory and how we're keeping pace with that growth. This is a much larger and systemic conversation that we need to have, not just as it relates to our active pathways and the maintenance of our sidewalks and our snow and ice teams, but every element of growth. So I'm deeply interested in the work that's happening around the total cost of ownership and the financial impacts of growth. If we're going to get to a sustainable place, we need to be factoring that in to every conversation we're having about new growth. Not only things that the city is contributing, but developer contributions as well. And I believe that this is tied to many conversations, including substantial completion, about the pacing and phasing of that growth to make sure that we can have clear lines of sight to delivering the provision of public services that Edmontonians expect. So, all that being said, very supportive of this option and looking forward to hopefully discussing it at budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, very quickly, want to thank administration for this work. I think it's pretty well known that our snow and ice budget has been historically and chronically not matching the needs as our inventory continues to grow. I think this council has incrementally increased that budget, and we are seeing some results of those investments in the form of fewer calls to 311. But accessibility remains a huge concern. I continue to hear about this, that people can walk from their home to a bus stop because residents don't, some cases, clear the snow. Then adjacent to that comes a public sidewalk that is not cleared, and people struggle. People with wheelchairs, people with strollers, seniors, and accessibility is absolutely impacted during winter time for those vulnerable populations. So I know we did allocate some resources for clearing of bus stops, I think we did, right? And I hope that this option will allow us to do more. But there's a bigger problem, which is that as our inventory continues to grow, we are not budgeting for proper operational cost to deal with that inventory, and that's a conversation that needs to be needs to take place as we continue to grow outwards. I think that's where the conversation of where we grow and how we grow comes in. I think this is where people who are so focused on single conversation or infill are not understanding the complexity and the challenges that this city will continue to face if we continue to grow outwards, because we will continue to create that inventory that we don't have the resources to maintain. And I think having that wholesome, fulsome conversation about all the things that we are trying to do is about building a sustainable city, both financially and environmentally. It is about building a city that is inclusive and accessible for everyone. I think that's where I think conversation needs to go. So look forward. This will come after the election, but I think this is a very good motion. I want to thank Councillor Rutherford taking the lead on this and many other areas when it comes to accessibility in our city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, nothing to add before I close? I'll be very brief, just thank you. When I was first talking to city operations about the service levels on bus stops and some of the active mode infrastructure, I was taken aback by how long it actually takes to do that. And I know it's not where we need to be, especially as we've, passed and continue to push for more accessibility and more inclusivity as a city. One of the things I think that we've really matured on since I first started in this role as a city to today in the last 3.5 years is on this conversation around equity versus equality. And I see that really playing out strongly in this, both in terms of equity, in terms of if we're seeing more people using infrastructure, active mode infrastructure, because there's a higher population that's concentrated in that area, let's say like O'Damon, then they might get a higher level of service because they have more pedestrians that are actively benefiting from using that space. But also the equity around the social vulnerability index, I think that has been a game changer in how we actually look at service provision in a way that, I'm not saying it was never considered before, but I don't think was considered to the same extent it is now. And I hope you continue to use those lenses in the provision of services. We're never going to get to probably the optimal level with all of the demands on our city. So we have to always decide within what we have, how do we make sure that the least amount of people are left behind. And I think that's what this report really was about, and what it does. I look forward to debating this, and like I said, no assumptions of who will be in these seats, but probability is that some incumbents will be. So as they're listening to this, I hope that they take up that torch and continue to champion this work forward in the next budget. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And then I understand, Councillor Salvador, you have a subsequent. Please go ahead.
Yep. And I just shared the wording with the clerk as well. That administration provide a memo on the total cost of ownership project in advance of the 2025 fall SOBA.
And did you want to introduce that?
I feel like it's come through the conversation.
Okay, perfect. Just have to check, go through the process. So we'll just wait for that to come up. So this is just requesting a memo, and is there a due date, the standard 6 weeks for a memo?
Yeah, in advance of the 2025
Oh,
SOBA.
so in advance of the SOBA, okay. Okay. And do we need to have it displayed before I can call the vote? Or are there any questions?
It should be coming up.
I should ask, are there any questions on the motion on the floor? Anyone to speak to the motion on the floor? I am not on the board to speak. That's a carryover. Councillor Salvador to close. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Are there any other subsequents on this item? Okay, we do not have any responses to council inquiries. There are no private reports. So we move on to motions pending, and we do have one. Councillor Stevenson, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, thank you. I'll move that administration undertake an external review of the business license review policy to investigate opportunities to, 1, improve the transparency of the license process, set out minimum expectations of business operations within the community, 2, streamline license reviews while maintaining fairness to all impacted parties, including enhancing policy to better enable the cancellation of business licenses that pose significant health and safety risks, and 3, provide a report to committee in third quarter of 2026, including any relevant amendments to business license bylaw 20002.
Great, thank you. Would you like to take a couple minutes to introduce?
Yes, thank you so much. The intent of this motion is to make sure that we're making best use of a tool that's available to us through the business license process. Some of this is, I don't want to say mundane, but just sort of the daily friction that I think can begin to mount as we see more mixed-use neighborhoods, where we see more commercial uses potentially being available in residential areas. These are positive changes, but it does mean some growing pains and some potential tensions between neighbors. The other thrust of this motion is dealing when we do have very problematic businesses that are known, that have multiple complaints against them. And I think what I have seen in my time is that the city, we don't often use business licensing as a first line of defense or as a means to address some of these very concerning properties and practices that we know and that are known in the community. And so again, the intent of this review is to really better understand how we can make best use of this while recognizing, while ensuring that we don't create hardship for legitimately operating businesses. Happy to leave it there and answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee or council colleagues on this? Sorry, when was the due date for this? It's third quarter of 2026?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, just double checking. There. Not seen any questions, unless you're on the board for questions, Councillor Stevenson. Okay. Anyone to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Stevenson to close.
Just to say, I really appreciate administration working with me on this motion and for the work that will come ahead. I think this is a really great opportunity to strengthen the accountability that we have to each other as neighbors and ensure that there's greater safety and well-being in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Are there any other notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:20.